welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC, week number 101. I'm of course just VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chats and by my plushies as well. Welcome one all, bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos to another weekly dose of Tuna Cup action, exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series. We're jumping into the round of 16, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of torches we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top right hand corner we have his opponente. We have his red Terran player from the land of representing the planet Heroes. It is Nicolak. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of the Protoss, of the Terran, of Nico, or of Jumy? Up to you to decide. Best of luck in the chat as we jump in. When it comes to the overall bracket, we'll be going over the bracket after this series. Don't you worry, we will get there. We will get there. For the time being though, welcome to Torches. Torches is a rare sight, to be honest. Torches is the second most viewed map in the map pool alongside Last Fantasy, so it is a rare sight, but we do often see all-ins. We often see aggression all-ins here. The rush distance by air is very short. The rush distance by ground also very short as well. Here it comes the SCV, here comes the eBay block from the side of Nickrat. Meanwhile, Jumy blindly opening up 2 gates. Ooh, 2-gate opener out of Jumy, eBay block out of Nickrat. There's a lot happening at once here. First things first, because of the resources spent on the eBay, we should be going for the factory after the racks, not for a CC. There we go, we are set up for said factory. On the other hand here, we are going to be blocking an expansion that was going to be delayed anyway because of the extra gateway. So Jumy is going to be pumping out additional units early on. With this, Jumy can push early on as well, and oh god, he may even set up for a 1-base all-in. The pylon has in place. This is in position here for a Stargate. We could even go for a Robo into a War Prism as well. We have options. Nicolak, what have we seen? We have not scouted the wall. The wall that is non-existent. The wall has been opened. That is a big kind of deciding factor. A big feature here of this map is mining through these middle patches, getting access to the center of the map. And what is it going to be? The Cyber Core is done. We're building up gas. Show us what you got. Stargate or Robo? Robo! We're going for the Prism. We're going for the Prism. We're going for the 1-base all-in. Jumy's going to double down. SV goes in to confirm. He sees both gateways. So Nickrat has an idea that aggression is coming. Again, there shouldn't be a second gateway this early on, so he has an idea. He also scouted, confirmed no expansion, but he didn't check the gold. He didn't check the gold wall specifically. This, even seeing the missing patches here would be a massive tell, but he's working in the dark. And Nickrat, he's working in the dark. We can see that Jumy, he's spending time here on the eBay. Nickrat sees this, so he should be feeling pretty good about this. In his mind, it'll be like, oh, he's wasting DPS on this eBay. That means that is a sign that he wants to expand. We can see that is not the case. We can see that we have another gateway, so it's going to be 3 gates, 1-base all-in out of Jumy. With that Robo, we can get a War Prism, we can juggle and go straight into the main base. Likewise, actually going for the Immortal first, and if we pull the Voids, we can mine through these patches and push into the main. Push into the natural, push into the main base. We have an early Cyclone here. Nickrat, he's bombing out Mass Marine. No bunker. True, no bunker, but I believe partly because he doesn't really know what's happening. In Nickrat's mind, is it actually an all-in? Is it not? I'm sure if he was convinced that we may see a bunker or more defensive setup, regardless, he's poised here outside of the bases, but he has limited scouting. Remember, he skipped the Reaper. He skipped the Reaper. No Reaper scout whatsoever. Just pure Marine. More maxes on the way, getting to a 3-1 setup. And again, Nickrat, he's not checking the gold patches. If we start pulling the boys, if we start mining through these patches, he's not going to see. Assuming that we even do, because here comes our War Prism. We are not pulling any boys, so we're not going to be mining through the patches, but regardless, here it comes. He can force field. No, he can force field the ramp. Oh no. Not like this. Okay, well, I mean, there's multiple entrances, but with sentries here, I mean, he can try to plug up that ramp and take over the main. Yep, speaking of, sentry has loaded up. We're headed for the main base. Here comes the unload. And here comes the force field. There it is. Does force field the ramp. The Cyclone cannot enter. The Marines can, but the Cyclones are locked out. And Cyclones are locked out. Warp in is going to complete. A tank has arrived. True. Tank is here. The tank is here. Cyclone's moving in. With the help of that tank, we can hold on. Okay, the Immortal does break the lock-on. Okay, lock-on is broken. Zelsa get on top of the tanks. And alas, the boys are being pulled, but too late. So too little too late here. Marines go down. Tank is going to go down as well. There's one Cyclone remaining. Does lock onto the Stalker. Stalker is saved. Nice juggling here out of Jumy. And GG. GG gets called. Jumy pops up with a 1 base all in. And Jumy takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Jumy does take a lead in the series, a very intense game 1. Again, Nickrat unfortunately had incomplete information. He did not see that the patches were missing at that wall-off location, at the wall-off entering the center of the map. This is a big feature of torches, and this is one of the things that you have to bear in mind that is unique about this map, more so than the others, is that area in between the bases, is that area past the wall of minerals. It is so crucial to scout if you feel like something is wrong. If you feel like something is wrong, something isn't quite right, so important, just check that wall to see if the patches were mined, and if they were, that is a sign to investigate even further. With that, alas, Nickrat, he didn't know. He didn't know what was going on. For all he knew, there could have been an expansion on the way. There could have been a proxy Stargate, proxy Robo, proxy gateways. The Ole could have been coming towards his natural, towards from the wall-off area, from that gold mineral wall even as well. So unfortunately was just caught out of position, and with that, GG. But now we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Percival, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. Go. Ooh, once again, we do have the SCV being sent across the map, and we'll see if we do once again attempt to block. Now the Rax is going to be at home, and we'll keep an eye on the gateway count once again from Jumy. Remember, Jumy last game did open up 2 gates, and then went into something more sinister from there. Here we're looking at Percival. Percival likewise has a short rush distance by air. True. Hello, Nickrat. So keeping the SCV at bay before going in for that block. Once again, 2 games in a row, going for the eBay. But shorter rush distance by air, we do have, of course, the gold base, we have the healing pad. These can factor in. The healing pad, I feel like especially can be quite useful to Protoss players, just because they typically have no way to heal up any kind of hull damage to their units. Shields, yes, but hull damage is another thing entirely, and the healing pad does allow you to actually make use of that, bolster your army, and top it up. That could come into play. SCV going to be forced out, but the eBay has plenty of progression, and Jumy, once again, 2-gate opener. Okay, once again, 2-gate opener out of Jumy. Jumy, this time he does scout this earlier on, but you can see that Jumy is making the Zealot. So this Zealot first tells us that most likely he intends on focusing down the eBay, and in fact, going for a later expansion. He's not going for the unnatural. Natural is not expanding at the 3rd base location, which is another option. Again, there's just so much progression on this eBay. I would say it would be advised to expand elsewhere, but Jumy, he refuses. Does refuse to expand elsewhere. We'll focus on that eBay. Behind this, we have Stalkers on the way. Again, because of the 2-gate opener, it means that we're going to have more Stalkers faster, which means Jumy can counterattack. Apply pressure, and maybe find some damage. Already damage is being done. Nickrat taking his vision, taking his scouting. He does confirm the 2-gate opener, so he knows to get ready in the main, right? If he didn't scout the main base, if he wasn't aware of what was going on, he could freely expand on the low ground, but because of the 2-gate opener, because of this army, which he knows exists, he has to be ready in the main base instead. He has to be safe. Has to be secure. Expansion is on the way. This time, no 1 base all in. Still aggressive, still pressure, but not an all in. As Jumy does move out, looks across the map. Nickrat back at home is getting ready. Cyclone is on the way, and with the arrival of the Cyclone, it should be okay. Until that arrives, the Marines are a little bit vulnerable, but you can see here Jumy, he knows his timings, he backs up. He does not want to get caught out by that Cyclone. As Nickrat does pull away. Would you have the Twilight Council follow-up, getting into Blink? I would imagine. Again, depending on how aggressive you believe your opponent's going to be, you can either go into Blink, you can go into Charge. Blink is going to be the one. Blink is going to be the upgrade of choice. So standard follow-up here. We have 2 gate blink. From here we can go for a 3rd gateway. We can go for a robo on 2 bases and stay on 2 bases a little bit longer. Nickrat, he does go for a 2nd and 3rd racks before starport. If you remember, he went for something very similar last game as well. This is very aggressive. I will say that this kind of style has fallen out of favor and fallen out of fashion and fallen out of the meta. It is so much more common to go for a faster starport, to get into Raven harass, drop play, Banshee harass as well. Even that can lead into all-ins. So it's quite rare to see this instead, to delay the starport quite heavily and delay your medevac and delay your Banshee and delay your air support. Typically, because we're going for an all-in, because you're delaying all that air support, because you're delaying your starport for so long, you're going to be prioritizing stim, prioritizing marine production, and hitting a really strong early stim timing as well. As we're already warned the boys. Okay, we're going for a bit of an earlier push instead. Nickrat is moving out. We have a proxy gateway across the map. We have how many at home? We have 2. So 2 gateways at home, 1 across the map, 3 gate blink in total. You can see Jumy making use of that healing pad, but one of the stalkers is not going to get caught out. Whew, barely not. Once again, nice move at Jumy, making use of that ramp. Picks away at a couple of SCVs. Yeah, a couple of workers are going down. This was quite committed here from Nickrat. Was quite committed, and now he has to back up. He bled out what? He bled out 3 SCVs and a Cyclone. Nice tank volley. Very nice. Punishing Jumy. Blink is now complete. And once again, Nickrat, he sieges up. He's going to push forward and ideally bait the army into tank range. Hallucination does confirm. Yeah, he sees the tanks, he backs up. Jumy backs up. Does want to get caught out. Here we go. Extra boys are being pulled. We're coming to the all-in. Stim is almost done. Stim will finish up by the time this army gets across the map. And Nickrat is going to try to skirt around the edge. He's avoiding these stalkers. Again, if he pushes through the center, he will lose SCVs and Marines. He'd lose units to this army, but Jumy, not quite in position. We can see Nickrat slipping by. Some of the reinforcements get caught. Yet Jumy, he responds. He's like, hold up. Why are the Marines rallying in this area? He's checking. It comes in from behind. Picks off, oh, almost a Marauder. Almost. Nickrat, he did make his way mostly across the map. He's just outside, just at the 3rd. So again, really nice movement here out of Nickrat. Jumy peeking away at the Marines. There's Stim. Stim is done. Force fields, they will catch a couple of Marines. I have a tank taking the siege. Oh my god. Yeah, massive tank shots going up. That's not, okay, not quite. But we have an exposed pylon. Thankfully, there are backup pylons behind this. Tanks are on siege for a moment. Yeah, tanks are on siege. Boys are being pulled. Jumy, he does dive in. Yeah, he's setting up for the surround, and Jumy, he will clean this up. Oh, will he, though? There are a lot of Marines left. There are a lot of Marines left over. And Jumy, he will get the final tank. Oh my god, just barely. Just barely gets one more tank. He's down to 2 stalkers. Shield batteries out of energy. Yeah, there's 2 stalkers left. Oh my god, Marines are start stepping in. Another tank has arrived. Gets another stalker. I wouldn't be opposed to pulling the boys here just to get on top of that final tank. Again, there's barely an army, 2 stalkers and a zealot. A very close defense here, but Nickrat behind this, he's still pushing through. The tank does siege, and Nickrat, it looks like he has broken through. Takes down the shield battery. Takes down the battery, does focus on one of the stalkers. It's still very close, very clutch. There's one. Oh god. More Marauders to arrive. Another tank is coming in. That's another big power spike here for Nickrat. And again, the economies are very close to each other. Nickrat, he has mules, of course, and he's muling his heart out. He's going to pull back. He's going to consolidate his army. Remember, he was doing this all-in without any medevacs, without any starport support. So every stim does hurt, but hey, you can make use of that healing pad. Speaking of Jumy, he bypasses the main army, trying to catch reinforcements. Barely does miss the reinforcements, though. Getting healed up. Coming in from behind. Can he get on top of the tanks? That's what's important here. Yeah, he will. He can and he will. The first tank should go down. He's going to get one. Can he get the other? Oh my god. Barely can. Takes down both tanks. Really nice movement out of Jumy. Nickrati's gonna kite back. Down to just a biocomposition. Again, there's only the one shield battery. Another tank is coming in. Jumy taking the gold. Bold, very bold move. Bold move out of Jumy. Behind this, there was a dark shrine. DTs are coming. Oh my god. No, we've been muling. I mean, I don't blame Nickrat. He's been muling the entire time. DTs, Invisible Man does come in. I didn't even notice. And with that, 12 SCV kills. Nickrat, he brings everything back home. There's a first scan. He gets one DT. The other can't just walk out of scan range. Oof. Yeah, it does walk out. We're waiting for another scan, and we will soon have... Well, there it is. Second scan is spent, but that was 13 SCVs. And what's important here isn't just the economic damage, it's the fact that the army raced back home, and Jumy has the gold. Jumy, he's about to get the gold base up and running. Ay, ay, ay. Nickrat, he was so close to breaking Jumy. So close. Jumy had some really nice engagements, some really nice surrounds. Some nice unit control. From here, he's topping up his army at the healing pad. More gates are on the way. There's a recall here to expand. To get the gold up and running. And now Jumy can afford all the zealots. Oh boy. Now, the problem here is that, again, Nickrat, he's been all in the entire time. There is no third CC, and most likely he's going to get up and get ready and gear up for another all-in. But the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Jumy. So Nickrat is on the timer. He's on the timer here. He doesn't know it. He has not checked for the gold. Not yet. We'll see if he gets an inkling. We'll see if he gets a sign.
Our SCVs are under attack.
At the same time, so Ramai does run into reinforcements. Nickrat moving in. Remember, there's no splash damage. Jumy's got a healthy immortal count, but where's the buffer? He needs more support here. Pulling back, warping in more zealots. Up, collapsing of the army. Does charge in. Yeah, tanks are getting caught on siege. And they're getting caught out. Brutal pickoffs here, getting one, getting a second tank as well. Ay, ay, ay. We got warpins coming in from behind. And now she should recognize. Hold up, the army coming from a really odd direction there, from a really odd angle. But at this point, it might just be too late. Ooh, so many volleys here with the Archon. So he's going up. Ooh, takes out the medevac. Nickrat, he barely gets the hell out of there. And this is what I was worried about here. Nickrat, he has no longevity in this game. He has no third CC. And with a gold base, Jumy, he's going to be thriving. Again, he's just waiting for extra reinforcements. Back at home, no bunker, no tank, no defensive setup. Jumy, he can and he will commit. GG gets called, and Jumy, he will overwhelm and take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Jumy as he does claim the series. Again, a very intense game here. Nickrat, he almost broke his opponent. Almost. He was pushing into the natural. He was taking down the pylons. He was able to focus down the stalkers quite nicely as well. But there were a couple of key moments where Jumy was able to come in from behind, come in for a surround, catch reinforcements, catch the tanks. The DTs was a killer move as well. Very, very clutch there. He was barely able to wait enough time for the DTs, and the DTs did so much. It dragged the army back home, it killed SCVs, it denied mules, of course, and it also allowed Jumy to claim the gold base. Whew, GG, well played. And with that, Jumy, he will claim the series. And with that, we have some catching up to do. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets. Meanwhile, shout out to all those in the chat. I saw Jumy lurking earlier. I saw Leon as well, alive in the wired. Easy Phil, Erebus as well. I saw Este, Mark Slappy, Este Uwu Thermal. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. I know it's gonna be a busy day. So, good morning, Papi, as always. Likewise, I stand as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? ¿Cómo están? Sipship as well. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. As let us switch our scenes over, and again we have some updates here. Triple takes down Erebus Black 2-0 in the round of 32. We have Hackers Top taking down Ragnar 2-0 as well. Rebellion. Oh, whoa, that's a result here. Rebellion Rebellion takes down Shameless. I rate Shameless so highly here as kind of like one of the rising stars, the young up-and-comer in the European region. So for Rebellion to knock him out, it is a PvP. True. PvPs, I mean, anything can happen, but really impressive result there by Rebellion. Very well done. My condolences to Shameless as he is knocked out early in the tournament. Is going to be knocked out early, and we have some other updates here. So Jumy is waiting for the winner of ByuN, Cost Phoenix, and Davlatos, so it's going to take some time. Going to take some time for his next opponent. I would love to jump into the potential Jumy versus ByuN match, but we do have some downtime here, as there's a lot of matches to progress. Another series that is catching my eye is the potential of Percival versus NightMare. Again, NightMare, we spoke about this yesterday and the day before that as well. NightMare, he retired at the start of the year. It's been quite some time since NightMare has been active in the StarCraft 2 circuit. It's been a bit of a shame. He retired to compete in Deadlock. He was competing in Deadlock instead, but recently he came back. As recent as last week. Last week he was playing in the Wardy TV Summer Championship qualifier, and of course he was playing in the KSL, if I recall correctly. It was competing in one of the previous tournaments. Sorry, I think it was Big Star Cup, and now competing here in Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. So really cool to see NightMare return. He is competing, he is playing, and we'll see how he compares. Sorry, it wasn't KSL, my apologies. That's all the tournaments, they blend together. It was the RSL qualifiers. It was the RSL Season 2 Korea qualifier, where NightMare was competing, and he went up against Maru in a qualifying match. He did fall to Maru in the end, but NightMare, he wasn't looking too bad. The big question in my mind is, how's he looking in all these matchups, right? It's like, has he been practicing much, has been playing much? You know, what skill level is he at the moment? After being gone for so long, it's hard to say. It's hard to exactly pinpoint. He did defeat Gumiho, true. He defeated Gumiho, he defeated Ryung, he lost to Maru. I feel like there's not really much to gauge there. We mainly saw him against other Terran players, less so against other Protoss players. So, yeah, we'll see. But I'm looking forward to the potential of NightMare versus Percival. Likewise, we have some other big heavy hitters here as well. Hackers Top is up against Solar in the next round. We have ByuN, of course. We have Gerald versus Azura. We have Christiana versus Triple. And, yeah, some of the other matchups as well. But currently, where are we going is the question. In my mind, the big matchups that I want to jump into would be the potential Jumy versus ByuN, but also, again, the potential NightMare versus Percival. Those are the series that I'm definitely kind of salivating at. There are some other really good potential matches. I mean, Christiana, Triple, Gerald, Azura, pure Protoss, and typically we try to avoid PvPs for as long as we can, because we'll get there. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. If you want some PvP action, we'll get you some PvPs eventually, which is why we try to feature some of the Terran, some of the Zerg representation while we can. Whether it's players like ByuN, players like Percival, players like Solar, true. I mean, hey, Zerg players are a rare sight. They're a rare sight in these tournaments. We barely get any Zerg players, so shout out to Solar. Solar alongside Matt. Matt is the French Zerg player. They're going to be the two big Zerg pioneers in this bracket, and we'll see how far they can go. I mean, Solar, he is a high caliber player. There's a high chance he could make it all the way to the finals and maybe even win the entire tournament. So again, I do want to have some faith here that unlike previous weeks, unlike a typical week in online tournaments, we might have some Zerg representation. Let's go. Let us go. But otherwise, we're just keeping our eye open for some of our players here. I guess I may as well head on over to the Americas region. Looks like Cost Phoenix just took down Davlatos 2-0 and is now up against ByuN. And I might be able to slip into that series. Un momento. Will be able to. Yep, looks like Vitas are done, and we are jumping into ByuN versus Cost Phoenix. Cost Phoenix, of course, the Finnish player. who has been a regular in our tournaments for quite a number of years, I want to say, maybe a year, a couple of years. But of course, Phoenix was... he was mainly featured in amateur tournaments, in our amateur tournaments instead. In tournaments like Ducklings Open and eventually Masters Open as well. We have seen the rise of Cos Phoenix over the years, improving from Platinum to Diamond to Masters. It's been great to see his growth as a player, but we'll see how he compares to ByuN. Oh boy, as it's going to be quite a challenge. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Finnish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team GDA. It is Cos Phoenix. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our TVP. Again, coming into this, ByuN is the heavy favorite for sure to maybe even win the entire tournament, but there are a couple of key players out there that can definitely threaten ByuN in this bracket. Players like Jumy, like Gerald, like Cristiano. We've seen them take maps and take series before for ByuN. They're not favored by any means, but they have it in them to cause these upsets, to bring him down. Cos Phoenix, he does step up to the plate here, and we are going for a proxy 2-gate setup. Let's go. Now, ByuN backing him double gas. Double gas opener out of ByuN and going for a faster factory, a much more tech-heavy style. This does give access to earlier Hellion, to earlier Cyclone production, so this is going to be a bit of a safer start. Oh, this... Let's go. The post 1 minute GLHF. Yo, if you ever see this on the ladder, that sometimes is indicative that they were busy proxying or cheesing or hyperfixating on their early game opener, and that can sometimes be a sign, for sure. The mind games. And we can see here again, we do have a gas back at home, so we can throw down a cyber core for the time being. We should be pumping out zealots as there is no cyber core, and we'll see what we can get done. Of course, Phoenix does scout, does confirm the factory, does confirm the double gas. Unfortunately, there's no CC on the low ground. Ideally, if ByuN was going for something more economic, if he was going single gas racks expand, then this could potentially even force a cancel. Could force a cancel on the CC, but there's nothing to cancel. Right, there's nothing here to cancel. The zealots, they can't really get too much done, not yet. ByuN is fully walled up on the high ground. The reactor's on the way. We'll see if ByuN does set up on the low ground though. Oh, there we go. He's going to be setting up here. The zealots have potential. Oh no. No, never mind. The Reapers, they poke in, and ByuN scouts. ByuN scouts, he confirms. The SCV goes back up to the high ground. Bunker is on the way. Yeah, ByuN playing safe. He sees what's going on, he respects it. Attack lab on the initial, the reactor on the initial racks. CC on the high ground. And the Cyclone production's on the horizon. It's getting ready for Cyclones. The boys, they can be pulled to repair. Cybercore back at home is done. We have Stalkers that are going to be amassing. But the bunker is completed, or will complete. Ooh, one SCV goes down. It's one SCV. Second SCV as well. Gets a third, not bad. But down goes both zealots. And with that, the Stalkers, they take hull damage as they try to move off the ramp. The Cyclone now has arrived, and ByuN is held. At this point, ByuN is held. Cos Phoenix, he does recognize that, he does expand. But Cos Phoenix, I'm sure he was hoping for more damage. This is a very late expansion for the Protoss. Oh no! Cos Phoenix has to get more done. Stalker does fall. Recalls back home. Oof. Recalls due to the Reaper. Reaper gets a probe kill. Yeah, nice damage. So ByuN does pull away. Behind this, getting to his own 1-1-1 setup. Star puts in production. Reaper does go down. From the side of Cos Phoenix, nothing too crazy here. He's working towards the Twilight Council into Blink. Unfortunately, all of his gateways are across the map, and they're all about to be depowered. This is dangerous. This is brutal. Yeah, both gateways are going to fall, and there's no production. Yeah, there were just 0 warp ins. Cos Phoenix wasn't ready. He wasn't ready for this kind of situation. ByuN, he can just walk across the map. There's nothing. There's 3 stalkers, vanilla stalkers at that. And ByuN, he's coming. Oh no. He's like ice that. He's coming. He's moving out across the map. Back at home, the natural base is getting saturated. More tanks are being rallied. Well, he moves over the Tuna. Let's go. Beautiful Tuna. As ByuN does move out. Medevac has arrived with reinforcements. And again, there's no shield battery. There's no warp-ins. Gateways, they're still not done. Likewise, neither is Blink. Brutal lock-on. The high ground is going to break the lock-on, thankfully. Does break it. Okay, oh, the boys! The boys, oh, they cannot escape. They don't get away. The natural is going to fall. And with that, ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will overwhelm the low ground, take down the Nexus, take down the base. Gateways are finishing up. Finishing up the gates. Catching out the stalkers though. Yeah, Blink is still not complete. And it may not finish. Thankfully, the tank is a little bit too far behind. So no added tank DPS here on the Twilight Council. Blink will complete. Oh, actually, it was within range. Never mind. Never mind. Didn't quite bring it down. Stalkers, they go for the dive. And of course, Phoenix, he may be able to clean this up, but at a cost. At a cost of so many stalkers. Too many stalkers, not just that, but the base as well. Remember, the natural was killed, so was the Twilight Council. And Cos Phoenix is down to a handful of stalkers. Looks like he was able to repower those 2 gateways, thankfully. So he's on a 4-gate setup. From here he's moving out. And it's all or nothing. Straight up, it's just all or nothing here for Cos Phoenix. 1 base all in. Back at home, we have 2 tanks. They're nicely spread out. We have our stalkers, we have our marines out. No bunker, true. So we could technically have a bit of a stronger defensive setup here, but ByuN may not really care too much. Just building up for production. 3-1-1 setup. Third TC is on the way. ByuN is getting ready to receive. There we go. The first tank is going to be targeted down. He gets 1 tank. Oh, going for the Raven. One of the old targets is thrown down in time. And ByuN holds. ByuN, he does hold on. I'm sure Cos Phoenix was able to bring down one of the tanks, so that was still 7 stalkers. Oh, God. 7 stalkers for a tank and a Raven. Aye. Bearing in mind that we only have 9 stalkers in total left. Yeah, here we go. The final dive does take down the final tank. Trades with the bio. There is no stim. The vanilla units, they just start stepping in anyway. Yeah, they start stepping in. They take down the entire army. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. ByuN does take the first game. Does take a lead in the series. GG, well played. Does take a lead, and we'll see if Cos Phoenix can try to recover, try to bounce back. We'll see if he has something a little bit different here in store for us coming into our next game. Let's go. Let us go. Let us go. So we're getting ready here for that second game. And again, we saw Cos Phoenix try to be a little bit cheeky with the proxy 2 gates. Not too committed is what I will say. There are definitely some other all-ins that we could try to go for. I will see if Cos Phoenix goes for another proxy, or coming into game 2, especially as an amateur player, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, let's see how we can compare to ByuN in a standard macro game. You know, let's see how we can shape up. Let's go. Again, there are different approaches that you can take whenever you go up against, whenever you're, a more amateur player, you're coming up against a pro. You can try to cheese them out and try to be cheeky, or you can try to test your mettle and try to compare yourself and try to learn from that experience as well. Again, whenever you play against a bigger pro player, then they're typically able to help you kind of like expose like weaknesses and see what you need to work on the most, what to kind of like reflect on as well. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game number 2. Meanwhile, the rest of the bracket is slowly progressing, but we're getting there. Bracket's progressing. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Finnish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss. Representing Team GDA, it is Costa Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. We go. Players are going to be settling in. And again, we'll keep an eye on Costa Phoenix, as this time the first gateway is back at home, not proxied across the map. Okay, so already adjusting his approach and adjusting his build. Again, Costa Phoenix is a player that first came to us, I want to say, as a Platinum player. This was a couple of years ago, competing in our tournaments. For those that are curious, every month, it used to be more regular, it used to be on a weekly basis, but you know, as years went by, our priorities kind of shifted to other casting and other tournaments. But on a monthly basis, we do host a Sea Duckling Open. Sea Duckling Open, that is our monthly tournament for the MMR range of 0 to 4.2k MMR, which is around bronze to diamond, and bronze to high diamond, I should say. And again, we do host it on a monthly basis for amateur players, for diamond players, platinum players, bronze, gold. Costa Phoenix used to be a regular in those tournaments, as many players have been. You know, shout out to players like Mixu, shout out to players like Baby Marine, GG Machine as well. We used to cast GG Machine many years ago before he was GM, back when he was Masters. True. There are a couple of key players out there, a couple of the younger ones, where because we've been running our events since 2017, we casted back when they were Diamond, back when they were Masters, before they hit GM, semi-pro, pro. Feels good. Not like everyone. That just happens to everyone. But you know, every now and then, a player thrives for more, drives to more, and they hit that higher level. Ruichi, the American GM Protoss player, he also was a player that we casted back when he was Diamond, way back when. Oreo, Starduck, true. We host Sea Duckling Open, and we also host Master Swan Open. That's for those between the ranges of 0 and 4.7k MMR. It's up to 4.7k, which is around Masters 2. So we host those events on a monthly basis, and that's where we get players like Costa Phoenix. Again, the reason why we brought it up is because he was a regular in our Diamond tournaments. Nowadays, I want to say he has hit Masters, and now he's a regular in our Masters tournaments. So really cool to see Costa Phoenix kind of rise through the ranks and improve over time. Really good to see. As behind this, we have our Twilight Council. Follow-up, getting into Blink. Meanwhile, ByuN opening up with a CC on the high ground, double gas, faster factory into his own 1-1-1. So very safe setup here by ByuN. Fun fact, ByuN, he didn't even see anything too crazy, but just like last game, CC on the high ground. He's playing it safe nonetheless. Does play it safe. Reaper gets into natural, does force a recall, gets one, gets two probes. Oh, two probes going to be going down. I mean, a strong start here for ByuN, and a rough start for Costa Phoenix. Yeah, getting a Stalker called as well. Cyclone does punish. Players are building up. ByuN going for his early push. Just looking for any stray units, any hallucinations. He's in position. He does move out to reinforce. Back at home, we have Blink on the way. We have 3 gates on the way as well. 4-gate Blink. Okay, Costa Phoenix being much more aggressive this time. Once the gateways kick in, though, and the gateways they're still in production. Yeah, they're just now finishing up. Here comes ByuN. He's pushing forward. Does move forward. Getting on top of the Stalkers, gets one. Tank does siege, going for the other. The pylon is exposed. Oh no! Goes for the Stalkers. And we'll focus them all down. Yeah, one after the other, they all go down. Brutal pickoffs here. Ay. Costa Phoenix wasn't able to engage ahead of time. Likewise, the boys are being pulled. And some brutal losses here for Costa Phoenix, losing almost every single probe. 13 workers going to be going down. And I don't blame Cos Phoenix. This is just a really early move out. Moving out with his Marines, moving out with the Cyclone, and with the early tank as well. Remember, this is hitting before Stim. It even hit before Blink. And ByuN is getting out of hand. He's getting out of hand. He's snowballing out of control, pushing further in. Again, unfortunately, Cos Phoenix, he just wasn't able to engage with this. Slowing it down, buying more time, picking up Marines. Oof. He didn't see it coming till it was already in his face. Oh, God. And here come the reinforcements. Yeah, ByuN is just securing himself, rallying everything across the map. Does hit the natural. As tanks are covering the ramp, which means we're just going to clean everything up. Cos Phoenix is going to be down to 2-1 base. Behind the supply blocked as well. He cannot warp it. Oh no! Does move down the ramp. He's going to lose everything. The Prism, the Stalkers, GG gets called. And ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series. A shout out to Cos Phoenix again. He is a player that has been slowly improving over the past couple of years and has been getting better and better, and it's been great to see that growth over time. Here up against one of the best Terran players in the world, so not is it easy for anyone to go up against. Even some of the other top players will struggle against ByuN. So shout out to Cos Phoenix for taking part in the tournament, for stepping into the ring. GG. GG, well played. Not easy whatsoever. So congratulations to ByuN. Shout out to Cos Phoenix, as we're going to be following our players into the next round. Let's go. Let us go. As up next, we have another Terran versus Protoss matchup. Here we go. We do have a TVP between ByuN and Jumy. As you can see here, the round of 32 has concluded. The round 16 is underway. For the most part, is wrapping up. We had Solar. Solar took down Hackers top 2-0. Solar up against Rebellion in the quarterfinals. Percival took down Ducklings 2-0. Percival waiting for the winner of Matt and NightMare. They're mid-series. We have Christiana versus Triple still ongoing, and we have Gerald versus Azura still ongoing as well. Here we go. Here we go, as again we have our next series, ByuN versus Jumy. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon be jumping into that best of 3 to determine our first semi-finalist. Now, as a reminder for our tournaments, this isn't the case for all tournaments. Most events, most of these open cups, they just run their events to its conclusion. But here for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do hold the semis because we will cast both semi-finals. Both semi-finals are going to be casted here on the channel, one after the other. Oh, wait, what were the what were the vetoes? Oh my god. Okay. Crazy. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm excited. As we have our vetoes already done here, and game 1 is gonna be on Last Fantasy. The hell? Okay, sure. I'm here for it. I'm ready. I'm ready, baby. I'm ready. Crazy. I'm ready. Just catching up. Chat, looks like our players, they need a moment. Okay. Our players, they need a moment here, so we're going to be going on a very short break. Take this out. Never mind. I was going to say, take a moment to get some snacks and get some food. But we are about to jump on in. Oh boy. And again, it does look like, it looks like the bracket is progressing quite nicely here. We do see some matches are taking a little bit longer than others, but we are making our way towards those semifinals. As looks like they're just finalizing what the other two maps are going to be. Looks like so game 1 is going to be on Last Fantasy. Game 2 is going to be on Talking About. Game 3 on Persephone. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Last Fantasy, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Protoss matchup. Here we go. We have our TVP, and welcome to Last Fantasy. Again, Last Fantasy is a very rare sight. We rarely ever get to see Last Fantasy here. It is the most vetoed map in the map pool. It is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top side, left side, and right side as well. So there's a little bit of randomness when it comes to your spawn location, and likewise a little bit of randomness when it comes to how early you scout your opponent as well. That may factor in. We have seen some players go for proxies, go for cheeses, and proxy dead set in the center of the map. We can see that is not the case, not between either one of these players. So far, so good. As Jumy does scout the top side, he'll confirm that ByuN is on the right side of the map. Likewise, Jumy sitting up here, back at home. 2-gate opener, okay. I mean, we saw this quite a lot earlier against Nicorette. Jumy was going for non-stop 2-gate openers game 1 and game 2, and with this probe, he can set up a proxy. Okay, my eyes are on Jumy. As we have an economic opener out of ByuN going rack expand into a delayed factory. Meanwhile, Jumy chronoing out those stalkers and setting up, the proxy pylon. Everything's lining up. It's like, everything's just lining up here for Jumy. Jumy's being hyper aggressive. ByuN is being hyper greedy. ByuN zero scouting, by the way. He doesn't know how aggressive Jumy is really being here with the proxy, with the extra gateways, with the stalkers are moving out. Jumy has potential to get damage done. Let's go. Let us go. As that is it, one base all in, okay? I apologize. In my brain, I just assumed that was just a gateway. I just assumed like a 3-gate setup here, but no, it is a robo 1 base all in. We have a 3rd gateway now being proxied across the map as well. But Jumy, he's doubling down. It's all or nothing, and we'll see if he can catch ByuN with his pants down. Because so far, the pants are down, by the way. The pants are down. ByuN sees nothing. He sees nothing, he knows nothing, and he's scouting the top side. Yeah, he's scouting the top side again. The scout is so very late. This is just so much greed out of ByuN, and this is where Jumy can pop off. Oh boy. Here we go. Este Jumy back. Hellion pokes in. Hellion confirms that Jumy's nowhere to be found. Moves down to the low ground. Moves down to the lower side, I should say. Coming in for the scouts. Stalkers are building up. Jumy does chase. Jumy he'll focus down. The Hellion does confirm there's no expansion. Back at home, we need a defensive setup. There we go. Bunkers on the way, but this is so late. It's such a late bunker. It's never going to finish. Yeah, it's never going to compete. Never going to complete. CC is denied, but we got to keep going. Cyclone is hopping out. The Immortal has arrived. Now we're spinning shots here on the CC. There we go. Now on the army. Loken is brutal, and 1 stalker goes down. Every stalker counts. Every stalker does count. Going for the sentry, that would have been useful a little bit earlier. The sentry is going to be ideal to force field the ramp to lock the army down. But again, now ByuN, he's just turtling up on 1 base. And pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy. So I feel like Jumy is losing momentum here, but the Prism is going to give him a high ground vision, allow him to juggle, allow him to break the lock-ons. And Jumy, he has to get damage done, but now there's a tank. Again, the longer this goes on, the stronger force ByuN is going to have. Yeah, the the tank has arrived. Jumy, he does preserve his army. Yeah, the prison does take a lot of damage though. It does take a lot of hits from the Viking. Yeah, prison gonna be forced back. The Immortal does push forward. The Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. Down goes the Immortal. The boys are being pulled. Can we get on top of the tank? Oh no, one more volley. One of us. Oh my god, the tank goes down. But another tank has arrived. Yeah, take one down. Another does rise to take its place. The tank is here. The boys as well. ByuN is holding. Again, a bit of a messy engage there by Jumy. And he's not breaking ByuN. Yeah, he's not breaking ByuN, he's not breaking through. As we mentioned, there was potential. The prison was delayed. The initial move out, likewise, was lackluster. Didn't get on top of the army, didn't push up the ramp. We spoke about it. The longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN. ByuN is a one-based economy, but he does have double CC. He's got double mules. Jumy has not expanded. The best that Jumy can hope for, and I don't think it's going to happen, is for ByuN to push down to the low ground. Like, if ByuN gets caught unsieged on the low ground, then Jumy can pop up. ByuN at most, good to go for drop play. He is very secure. Now with 3 tanks, this ramp is never going to be broken. And Jumy, it's a tough call to make, but is this what we expand? It might be too late for that, unfortunately. Yeah, here comes the natural. Getting it set up. So we have charge on the way. Jumy moving in. I mean, again, the ideal for Jumy is to fight out of range of these tanks, right? If Jumy can force a fight out of range. But now the tanks move down to low ground. Oof. Brutal tank shots going up. Jumy still has a comparable army to his opponent. And we can see he's rotating up potentially into the main, thinking about it. The prism goes down and no high ground vision. Oof. SimCity is brutal. There's a turret as well in case there were to be Dark Templar, so safety turret on the low ground. Speaking of, Dark Shrine is on the way. Scan reveals there's no expansion, so ByuN, he knows that he's ahead. He knows that he's getting further ahead. And the one thing Jumy's hoping for is, again, for ByuN to make a mistake. Like, the one chance I would say that Jumy has is if ByuN mass on sieges. If he mass on sieges, if he moves out, like, too soon, gets caught on siege, then maybe Jumy can take one good fight and then just snowball from there. But that's his hope. Meanwhile, ByuN, there's no need to push. Remember, Jumy has no expansion. Like, ByuN can just chill. That's a great call to make. Yeah, Zalsei dive on top of the bunker. The bunker does stand strong. Yeah, the Zalsei go down instantly. Immortals, they get 1 tank, but only 2 tanks go down. GG gets called. ByuN, he holds, he defends, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Get a solid game out of ByuN. I will say that ByuN, he had very limited scouting at the start of the game. Everything was lining up for Jumy, but Jumy took so long to push up into the bases. Remember the time that I want to say that there was an extended period of time between his first Immortal and his first War Prism where they weren't built back to back, where we were just waiting a little bit too long there. Likewise with the first push, didn't try to force himself up the ramp either. It did, like, as time went on, it was getting better and better and better there for ByuN. In the end, he was able to defend, able to get his tank out, able to secure his main base. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, ByuN does take a lead. But I could see a world where Jumy could have pulled that off. For sure, for sure. I could see a world where, I mean, again, everything was lining up for the most part. But now we're getting into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak being one of the larger maps in the map pool. All-ins and aggression can be favored on Last Fantasy. Here on Tokamak, we typically lean towards longer games. Typically. Of course, there's still the opportunity here for Jumy to go for an all-in, to go for a proxy, try to catch ByuN off guard. But after game 1, I feel like ByuN's gonna be on notice. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the red Protoss. The red Protoss player from the land of Germany, representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. So we're getting into our second game. As we're loading into Tokamak, again, Tokamak has a much longer rush distance by ground, a much larger map, much more defensive as well, much more defendable on 3 and 4 bases. So we'll see how both ByuN and Jumy will approach this. ByuN now there's a higher chance for him to go for something more economic, likewise Jumy as well. We'll see how we adjust the approach. Oh, yep, straight up, Nexus first. Speaking of economic openers, I mean, I was expecting, you know, like, Racks expand here out of ByuN, but straight up Nexus first, okay, I mean, that also works as well. Again, we go from one extreme to the other. Last Fantasy, 1 base all-in. Here on Tokamak, insanely fast natural, and from here we can go into an insanely fast 3rd base as well. This is applicable to both players. We'll see how greedy ByuN also plans on being. Now, just because the opener is insanely greedy doesn't mean that we can't turn this into a 2-base all-in. We'll keep an eye on Jumy's gate count, on his tech of choice, on how he does open up into the mid-game. See chat going for DTs. I did notice that was before the Dark Shrine was thrown down. Going for DTs there, I mean, I guess as always, it's always an uphill battle if you're in Jumy's position, just because as the all-in was failing, it was just getting worse and worse. I mean, that's why it's an all-in, right? Once it fails, you fall further and further behind, and it's so difficult to recover. It's difficult to make DTs work in that scenario, not just because ByuN already had it, or just because he got a safety child on low ground, but because he already had 2 CCs. Because of that, he has more potential for there to be a scan available over a mule. So, I mean, again, it is a gamble nonetheless, but I mean, you could argue that we could have maybe seen an earlier Dark Shrine and earlier DTs in the hopes that ByuN would be muling and would not be preserving a scan. Like that, I guess that is a gamble that you could take. True. Like, there are a couple of different things you can try to pull off in that situation. Like, you can also try to go into something like Disruptors and try to land some juicy Novas and pop off that way. Like, there are some of the like weird and quirky kind of setups that you can go for as a follow-up to a failed all-in. Here we go. As we have our Twilight Council as our tech of choice. So far we have a 2-gate setup. And we'll see if we go for any other gates. And yeah, I was curious about this 3rd base. Bam! Right into a 3rd base. So 2 gates blink straight into a 3rd. So very greedy build here from Jumy with the Nexus first, with the 2-gate into a 3rd base as well. I do actually really like this, specifically against ByuN. For those that maybe are a little bit less familiar with ByuN's playstyle in Terran vs Protoss, ByuN, he very rarely goes for 2-base all-ins. We speak about this all the time, but out of all the Korean Terran players, out of Gumiho, Ryung, Bonnie, Maru, Kyor, and ByuN, he is the most macro-oriented. He is the most player, he's the player that is the most likely to get a 3rd CC. To work towards a 3rd CC, to not pull the boys, and to head into a longer macro game. So I do really like this decision here by Jumy, but what's important is that yes, ByuN is least likely to go into these all-ins, doesn't mean he's going to be passive, and that doesn't mean that he cannot go for all-ins. So we'll see what ByuN goes for, we'll see if ByuN can punish Jumy. Widowmine drop does come in, Jumy does pull away, and so far losing only 1 probe. And 1 probe goes down. 2nd Widowmine into the natural. Shot is still available, and Jumy pulls away. Jumy, he does pull away in time. Oh. Yeah, mine is going to be cleaned up. Gets 2 probe kills, but hey, does deny mining time here at the natural. At the same time, the main army does push in towards the third base. Jumy out of position. Very nice damage here by ByuN. And behind this, they're building up towards Cloak Banshee. Tanks are building up as well, rallying everything across the map. And Jumy, this third base, and we spoke about how greedy Jumy was being, and he's being punished for that greed. He's being punished for it. Can he get on top of that tank? Looks like he can, looks like he will, and he will save the base. Hey, not bad. Not bad. Jumy, what did he lose? He lost a pylon, I want to say. Yeah, he lost a pylon, he lost a shield battery, he lost some buildings, mining time was denied, but he didn't lose any probes. You can see here the probes that were saved. Probes were saved. Nice defense here by Jumy. Jumy holds, Jumy defends, and Jumy so far has gotten away with his third. ByuN tried to punish, but no significant damage. And I would say that now Jumy's in a better position. Jumy, now he's going to be able to enjoy a greater economy faster. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, I spoke too soon. The Banshee does hit the field, and no detection. Double Forge. Oh, double Forge. No Robo, 0 detection. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, back at home, we do see that ByuN does defend. And this Banshee is doing critical damage. Oh no, up until this moment everything was fine, but Jumy was not ready for Cloak Banshee. The invisible flying machine. There's just nothing. There's no observer, there's no forge, there's no cannon. Well, there's a forge, I should say. Cannon is on the way, there's no Stargate, there's no Oracle. Observer just now begins, that's gonna be 22. 24, oh god. 25, 26. Can we get up to 30? Can we get there? 29. You can get Automass. Automass, baby. 30 probe kills to 2 Banshees. And one of them barely does not get away. 31 probes, 2 Banshees. That is critical. That is game-ending damage. Ay, ay, ay. Jumy is doing well. He's doing so well here. But again, the greed of going double forge before the Robo. The Robo was heavily delayed, of course, after the third base, but after the double forge as well. And with that, Jumy, he was punished for his greed. Just a little bit too greedy here against ByuN. All he needed was detection, but hey, that's a tall ask. And with that, ByuN, he's miles ahead. ByuN, he has a booming economy. He's getting to sim, combat shields, building up his bio, building up his tanks. ByuN has double the supply, and here the soup is not lying. Here the soup, it is not lying. He can soon push. Este Jumy. Ay, ay, ay. As Jumy blinks into the main base, he can deny combat shields. It's not bad. Denies combat shields. ByuN, he ignores it. Yeah, he doesn't even care. He doesn't even care. Oh, no, he cares. Okay. Does care a little bit. Zelda coming in. ByuN turns back around. Okay. Jumy buying some time. Ooh, doesn't get in there. Yeah, he doesn't get into the main. Stalkers are doing what they can. Zelda are going to be thrown away. Yeah, that was not ideal. Does buy time, does drag ByuN back home, blinks out of the main base. Like, these are nice moves out of Jumy. If only he wasn't down 50 supply. Unfortunately, these are desperation moves out of Jumy. Speaking of desperation, though, does catch 2 tanks. Okay. Did I say 2 is gonna get... Yeah, barely both tanks. Both tanks do go down, but the Pyro army stands strong. GG gets called as ByuN overwhelms, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And again, Jumy, he wasn't looking too bad in that game. He was very greedy, going Nexus first, going into the third Nexus after the only 2 gates setup as well, being very greedy, and unfortunately just a little bit too greedy. He was keeping up with the mine drop, he was keeping up with the tank push, but he was unable to keep up with the Cloak Banshee, as there was 0 detection. 31 probe kills. 31 probe kills before the Observer arrived. That was critical damage. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. ByuN, who'll be the first player to advance on to the semi-finals, and the question becomes, who will play against him? Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. But shout out to Jumy, of course. Shout out to Jumy for competing, for taking part. Oh. For competing, taking part, for going up against ByuN. And again, in these two games, like, I can see a world where Jumy could have definitely pulled that off over ByuN regarding Game 1 and Game 2 as well. But alas, in the end, it did fall by the wayside. It did go down. Congratulations nonetheless, and best of luck to Jumy when it comes to tonight's broadcast. I know that he's going to be competing in Uthermal's 2v2 circuit and 2v2 main event. That's going to be later on tonight, so best of luck to Jumy, as he will, I'm sure, be preparing for that. As we can catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. As you can see here, we have our first player in the semifinals. We have ByuN. ByuN waiting for the winner of Cristiano and Gerald, as ByuN is waiting in the next round. As it looks like Cristiano and Gerald, they're only just about to begin. Okay. So we are going to be going on a short break. Here, and when we come back, when we return, we will have Gerald and Cristiano facing off in the quarterfinals. At least that should be coming up next on the channel. So see you soon. See you soon in a couple of minutes, in a couple of moments. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with some more StarCraft, with some more Tuna. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the lower semi-finals or semi-finals here of the Sparkling Cup number 101. If you recall, I was looking at the previous match. I was looking at the PvP between Gerald and Christiana, but the lower quarterfinals have concluded, and we have our results coming in. Percival did indeed take down NightMare 2-0. Didn't even go to the ace match, by the way, and now we have our first semis. Let's go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of torches, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner even, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Little Fairy. It is Percival. We go again. When it comes to the upper semis, ByuN is waiting for the winner of Gerald and Christiana, so he's waiting for a Polish Protoss player of some kind, one or the other. So it's going to be lying in wait. Meanwhile, we have our own lower match instead. Let's go. Here we go. So far, we have our initial openers. We do have a hatch pool opener, delayed gases. Interesting. Delayed gases here out of Solar. Also, it's been a while since we featured a Zerg player in Sparkling Cup. Let's go. Especially this far in the tournament. It has been a long time. I'll have to double check when the last time we had a player like Eva or a player like Young Yakov or Wayne making a deep run in our tournament. So great to see Solar popping up as he does go for a gasless opener. Now, this is quite greedy. This is very greedy, but it is, I would say, safer to do on torches. Why is this going for a gasless opener? Is because coming into natural, there's a ramp. There's a ramp coming into natural, which means you can ideally wall this off with with Evo chambers and with a Roach Warren. You can wall off with the Evo chamber with Roach Warren. You can mine through these patches and expand on the right hand side. And because of this expansion pattern, Hellions cannot harass your third without initially mining through the patches here, which is why the Overlord is going to be covering this main mining path. So the Overlord will check here for any kind of mining, any kind of Hellion harass. Without that, Solar can freely drone. He can skip Ling speed, he can skip Zergling production, and defend with SimCity and Purely Queens. So this is a very greedy build here by Solar, but it is more viable on a map like this. Meanwhile, before I get ahead of myself, yes, it is Gamba time. I apologize. I was excited by the build and by the fact that we're casting a Zerg player, but yes, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as Percival is going third TC before Starport. Economic build here by Percival, and again, a lot of greed out of Solar as he's delaying his gases heavily. So heavily delaying his gases. Here we go. Random question, did Lion get a new keyboard? Sounds different. I've had the same keyboard since, I want to say 2016, I think. But maybe the microphone is positioned a little bit differently so you can hear it a little bit differently. But yeah, same keyboard. A long time. To be fair, not 2016, maybe like pre-COVID, maybe like 2018-ish, 2018, yeah, something like that. Pre-COVID. It's my Axiom keyboard. As here comes that Roach Warren. I should have emphasized this as well, that again, it is standard to go into Roaches here. It is standard because, remember, you're heavily delaying gases, you're delaying Ling speed because you're skipping Ling speed. You're skipping Ling speed entirely, going into a Roach-based setup. Now, this typically is Roach into Roach Ravager, Infestor, into Ultra. That is typically what this is. You can still go into Ling speed in the mid-game and go Ling Roach Ravager. Otherwise, another option here is to go Ling Bane Roach Ravager in the mid-game instead. We'll see how greedy Solar plans on being, but based on how the meta has been shifting, this should be a lead up into Ultras. But we'll keep an eye on the upgrades on these Evo chambers. Technically, if Solar gets range, if he gets range instead of melee, then this could be the setup for Roach Ravager into Lurker instead of Ultra. Like, there are two different kind of tech paths you can head into. We go. For now, we do see Percival getting his third base on location. Stim is on the way, getting into his own cloak play, into his own cloak banshees. Mine was 2018, so yours must be older. There you go. There you go. Maybe 2017. Had mine since 2014. Oh, let's go. Let's go. As Hellies do break through that initial wall off, and drones are going to be going down. They're getting roasted. 9 drones going to be going down, and 10 up to 10 workers so far. So good. Not a bad pickoff here, as only one Hellion goes down. Very nice Hellion run by here by Percival. And again, now it's going to be more difficult here for Soul to keep up now that the rocks have been knocked down. So he knocks down the rocks, rotates over towards left hand side. Oh, the drones are lining up. One more volley. Oh my god, and drones are going to be falling. In total, 18. Oh, god. 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 drone kills. 22 even. And we are going into range upgrades, not melee. So there is a sign here that we might actually be looking to try to tech up into Hydras. The Hydra Lurker. Oh. As Percival does overextend, but again, he is just pulling a Solar apart. Getting caught out there. He will lose that tank. Yeah, this should not have happened. Percival here overextends with his ground army. Yeah, brutal loss there for Percival. Losing one of his tanks. Lycos bleeding out a lot of Marines. Hive is on the way. And the players are building up. Now, on the one hand, Percival, he is in a better economic position, but after losing that tank, his position here is that much weaker. It's very, very weak. He needs time to build up his forces. Meanwhile, here we go. We have a Baneley Nest on the way. There's a sign of Lingbane Roach Ravager. We do have +1 range in production, but there's a higher chance here that we're going to go into melee after range. Marines are being active. Yep, as we mentioned, there it is, melee. You can see here, melee is in production, not a +2 range, so we're switching into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Hive is almost done, and because of the melee upgrades, this should be leading towards Ultra Tech. But ideally, Solo would have a better economy coming into this. Like, he has been slowed down. So Solo, he is delayed in his tech, in his economy. So we'll see how quickly he tries to take up. There we go, straight into the Ultra Caravan. This is quite risky to try to pull off, just because of the shaky start. But he's going for it. And here he comes. Here comes Percival. He's looking to knock Solar down. Again, Solar, he does not have Baneling speed, he does not have Ling speed, he doesn't have +1 melee, he doesn't have +2 carapace either. Like, the upgrades are still lacking here for Solar. Now is the time for Percival. Now is his time. Solar going for the slow Ling run by. Lings are getting caught out. Percival, he's gonna go. Did he kill? That was a cancel. It's a cancel, not a kill. Upgrades are almost done, but the upgrades, they can be denied. Yeah, he's going for the Evo Chambers. He denies +1 carapace, sorry, +1 melee, and carapace as well. And denies both upgrades. Baneling speed is only halfway done. Ultra production has begun. But these are going to be ultras without kindness plating and with only +1 carapace. Yeah, the upgrades are going to be lacking. Nice blinding cloud. Okay. Blinding cloud on the tanks. Solar, he's holding. He holds, he defends. The ultras will pop. And with the help of these ultras, even though we're lacking upgrades, this might still be enough. Solar, he's holding, he's surviving. He's trying to, at least. Yeah, the ultras are revealed. This is prompting additional Marauder production, so Marauders are on the way. Job sources offside, the ultras in position. Again, the ultras, they are posing a problem here. Nice firebomb. Firebombs are popping up. Ooh, we do see Percival getting into the mineral line. Solar, his economy has been lackluster, but the gold base is helping. At least it was until he loses all these drones. Oh no! We'll lose the mineral line. Brutal losses. Well, the drop was left inattentive. Soleil's still surviving. He was up. I mean, he's still working on those upgrades, still heavily delayed. But kindness plating is now done, so the ultras are a little bit more tanky. On top of that, this area here at the center expansion is very wide open, so not easy for Percival to defend. Ghost production has begun, getting to 3-3. Again, upgrades are in favor of Percival, but Solar, he's maxed. That's EMP. That's EMP on the Viper, but the planetary is going to go down, and there are just so many ultras. Nice Fungal. Fungal does connect, but ultras are going down. Nice target firing, gets 1, 2, 3, 4 ultras fall. There's 3 ultras left. Down to 3. Oh, down to, oh, still 3. Getting on top of the Ghost. Yeah, Ghost goes down to 2 ultras. Oh, brutal swipe, down to 1. Yeah, 1 ultra left from Percival. He does hold, cleans up every single ultra, but at a cost. He lost the expansion, lost the planetary, lost the SCVs. And Soul's rallying. Soul is trying to rally in. Widowmines, they reset. Ooh. Yeah, big moment here for Percival. No detection. The Widowmines, they survived. Widowmines did survive. Overseers are being rebuilt. Solar resaturating that gold. Still very intense. And again, it's still so difficult to maintain this low ground expansion. Solo is moving in for a second time. The mineral line. Solo forced back home. This is just giving Percival more time to lick his wounds, to fortify this location as Widowmines are resetting, more tanks are building up, more ghosts as well. But this is still very hard to call. As time goes on, upgrades are kicking in for Solo, so he's catching up on those upgrades. Remember, Percival, he already has 3-3. Percival, he already has 3-3. Solar, he's catching up with +2. Is catching up. The creep is very lackluster. There's barely any creep here outside of the bases. We got the token swarm host on the way. Let's go. Percival investing into Neosil frames. Throwing down more CCs. As the game is slowing down. Mind Jump comes in. Again, very annoying, very unorthodox as well. Going for the Mind Drop, a Marauder counterattack as well. Expensive drop, but he does get half a mineral line. Picks up, pulls away, another Mind Drop, killing more drones, killing more workers. Solar down to 60, down to 59 drones. The economy is not there. Still not there. Nice fungal, but there's no follow-up on that fungal, no follow-up on the ghost. Being run by does distract, at the same time drops the still popping off. Solar still stuck on 57 drones. If it wasn't for the gold base, I mean Solar, he's still hurting. Would be that much worse. Snipes the tank. Gold base is running out. Gold is running out. Solar expanding towards Percival. Meanwhile, Percival establishing a fresh mining base. Crucial that he gets it up and running. Once again, just distracting Solar. Just hopping back and forth. Ooh, as the army is heavily overstimmed. Super stimmed. Solar moving in with everything he has. now it's +3 carapace. Still lacking +3 melee. Still lacking melee, but has quite a hefty army. Up to 6 ultras. Once again, drop does distract. Being run by here does likewise pull away some of the reinforcements. Catching up more SCVs. Not bad. More SCVs going down. Solar, he does commit in between the bases. Going straight for the natural. Ghosts are coming in. Nice snipes. Gets 2. Snipes are moving. Oh, the fungal! Ooh, the fungal does land. But the EMP as well. Yeah, the EMP does land. There's no more fungals. And without any more fungals, the ghosts that will reign supreme. They take down every single ultra. Ay, ay, ay. Again, there was one good fungal, but then the EMP landed right after. The EMP did punish these infestors, so there were no chain fungals. Percival, he takes the fight. And what's scary is that if Solar loses this position, he'll lose the base. He'll lose the base, he'll lose the economy. This position is just so important here for Solar. Oh, as the final ultra goes down. Still reinforcing. Ultras are still on the way. Yo, the Vikings are helping. Dealing with the Locust wave. Yeah, with that Percival, he should overwhelm. He should overwhelm. GG gets called. Percival, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh. GG, well played. As Percival, he will take game number 1. He'll take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can claim the 2-0. We'll see if he can bring Solar down, or Solar can bounce back. Now again, winding it back, a big part of how this game played out was the map, was torches. Again, short rush distance by ground, short rush distance by air. It meant that there was just non-stop aggression after a certain point. It also led into the opener of Solar, if you recall. Solar going into his own gases opener, going into roaches, then into Ultra Tech as well. It all kind of played into each other there, led into that more unique and more intense game state. We'll see how our players do adjust coming into Tokamak. Here, I would say it is more riskier to go for these gases openers. If you remember, Percival, how many workers did he kill? He killed, what, up to 20, maybe a little bit more? 20 drones went down to the Hellion Harass and to the Banshee Harass as well. I want to say it was over 20. So many drones went down in the early game, and it meant that Solar, remember, he was delayed coming into the mid to late game. Remember, his upgrades were delayed, his tech was delayed, his expansion was delayed, and because of that, Percival, he punished by sniping both Evo chambers. Remember, he denied +1 melee and +2 carapace. There was so much that was going Percival's way early on, which meant that Solar had to be more passive, or he was just lacking that kind of big strength, that big power spike that he typically gets into. So just a lot of early game damage dealt there by Percival, kind of snowballed out of control, and here we go. And that's why the upgrades were so lopsided and so in favor of Percival as well. So a lot of it came down to that early game, but we'll see how things will change coming into Tokamak. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player, we have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and bring us to game 3. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Blue Terran, representing Team Little Fairy, leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. Here we go, and welcome one all to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool, much more defensive as well, and we often do see longer and later games on Tokamak as well. I would say these bases are closer together, easier to defend, easier to rotate, and we often do force out longer games. We'll see how Solar will adjust here. This time, as you can see, hatch gas pool. This is not the same opener as last game. Remember, last game, gasless. He delayed his gases for so long on torches, but as we tried to emphasize, as we re-emphasize, it was because of the map. Like, maps, they do kind of dictate the openers that are safer to go for, other openers that are riskier to go for. So here, there is no ramp coming into the natural. Here, it is nowhere near as safe to go for something gasless. So here we have a more standard opener instead, going hatch gas pool. There's a higher chance that Solar plays Link Bane instead of Roaches. I mean, both are viable and even though there's a higher chance of him playing Ling Bane here, it is still very meta nowadays to open up and to play Roach. It's just safer to go for. Unfortunately, like opening up with these slower styles is kind of the go-to. We'll see if Solar does embrace Ling Bane or if he goes into Roaches. I'll say both are available here, both options. We'll see where Solar heads. Ooh, as Percival, he will block the third, he will delay, he will deny, forcing out the gas geyser. Yeah, nice start here for Percival. Solar, he claims the delayed third. Here's his third base, a little bit delayed. Behind this, Percival going for a third CC before Starport, standard open out of Percival. We don't really expect Percival to deviate. Percival going for, once again, third CC into Cloak Banshee, into Banshee Hellion would make the most sense. He may skip Cloak and he might even just go into Vanilla Banshee, could go into Liberators, could go Viking first. There are different variations. Catching up with that Korean Clem. Oh, that's Ryung. Ryung's the Korean Clem back. It's crazy. Fungal the counter to Ghosts. As we were pointing out, only one Fungal landed. The EMPs did ensure there were no additional Fungals in that big engage. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Meanwhile, we do have our Banshee play here from Percival. Again, so far, no Cloak. Oh, that spoke too soon. There we go, Cloak is on the way. So far, it is the same build, the same opener out of our Terran player. We don't really expect our Terran to deviate. Instead, we're keeping an eye on Solar to see if he does go for a double Evo Chamber, if he goes Lair first, if he goes Roach Horn first instead. In saying that, if we were playing Roaches, there would already be a Roach Horn by this point. So we'll see what tech he does go for, coming up to the 430 mark. And it is going to be Lair first. Okay. So let's open up Lair first. So in general here, a very safe play out of Solar. Lair first, this does mean that his upgrade is going to be more delayed instead of going double Evo Chamber, but it does mean that he can go into faster bailing speed if need be. So go into the faster nest, to faster bailing speed. Oh, we do have a hidden Roach Warren. Okay. You have my attention. Roach Warren thrown down behind the natural mineral line, as so far the Banshee has yet to scout, has yet to confirm. So we have confirmation, we're not playing Banelings, we're going into Roaches again, but in a very different way. And we'll see how hard Solar commits. He may cut workers early and turn this into a 3-base all-in with the 4th base just for Larva. This might just be a safety precaution. The chambers are being thrown down. Getting into 1-1. Banshees, they confirm. We have a fast infestation bit. Okay, and he sees everything. He sees the pit, he sees the Eva chambers, and he sees the Roach Warren as well. The pit is a sign. It tells us that we're getting into safety infestors, or we just rush into fast hive. Last game was Roach Ling Bane into Ultras, and we're leaning in that direction as well. Once again. Ooh, was it to cancel? Does cancel the 4th, and nicely done. There we go, melee upgrades, not range. This screams Ultra. This will scream Hive into Ultra. And this time, Solar, he hasn't taken critical economic damage. By this point last game, he had already lost over 20 workers. This time, the mineral line has been safe, has been secure. There it is, Hive is on the way. As you mentioned, we are looking to head into Ultra Tech. That is the big power spike for Solar, is Ultras. Because he will hit with Ultras before there's a critical mass amount of Ghosts. And remember, we saw something similar last game, but Solar, he was taking a heavy economic damage last game, which is why he had a bit of a lackluster transition into Ultras and why his upgrades were lopsided and everything was delayed, and it was just a bit of a messier game for Solar. Here he's looking much more secure, which is what we expected on Tokamak. As we mentioned, like, it is much more easier to defend on this map. In saying that though, Percival, he is pushing. Okay, she's a pull back. Percival moves in on the left-hand side. He is reinforcing. Ling's a catch a tank. Ooh, tank goes down. Tank does go down. Hellions a bust into the middle line. 13 drones gonna get roasted. And can he take down the expansion? Not quite. And Roaches, they arrive just in time. Lings are coming from behind. Rings are cleaned up. Nice transfuse. Solar holds. Solar, he holds. He defends his fourth base. The fourth does get up and running, but at a cost of a full mineral line. 14 drones still went down. So I would say a nice trade here for Percival. Remember, what did he lose? He lost 2 tanks. 2 tanks, 2 Banshees. He did trade well. Percival dropping on the right. Once again, trying to get into the middle line. He will lose one of the medevacs. Ay, ay, ay. Despite that, denying a lot of creep. Okay, nice trades here for the Terran. Denies creep, denies the expansion, but Solar, he is reaching his final form. The hive is complete, and the Ultra Cavern is now done. So you can see that Solar, he's been banking up minerals, banking up gas for what? For Ultras. They're expensive boys. So here come all the upgrades. We got 2 upgrades. We got Bathing Speed, Ultra Speed, and soon Adrenal. Ultra production has begun. And again, that is his big power spike. That's when he's going to be at his strongest, the first time that Ultras hit the field. Just because they're hitting, again, pre-Ghost. Now, something that I mentioned previously in the lead up to this was that Solar, getting into the mid-game here, he's had a better showing than last game, just because the map is larger, the bases are more defendable. That is all true, but it's also applicable the other way around as well, where even if Solar gains map control, and I feel like he eventually will, he will gain map control with those Ultras. What can he do? What can he achieve with that map control? That's going to be what's important. Because it's going to be up to Percival to turtle up and defend back at home, as the Ultras are revealed. Nice snipe. Does cancel. Ultras are revealed. It's going to be on Percival to turtle. You can see here we have some nice Sim City. We have a tank line. We have Widow Mines. We need the same setup here on the right-hand side with a planetary. And once he can turtle up on 4 bases, then we can start working towards Ghosts and Liberators. Oh, late reaction. Yeah, very late reaction here. A lot of Marines go down. Ay, ay, ay. Gets one of the Ultras. That was a lot of fire falling. Solar moving out. Percival in a bit of an awkward position. Hung on quite connecting. Well, the Bio is on the right-hand side. The tank is exposed. And Solar is going in. He's going in for the kill. We spoke about that big power spike here when he first is with Ultras. This is it. Being followed, being chased, being led into the planetary. Okay. He's led in. Ultra goes down. We're running out of Ultras. Percival, can he hold on? It's going to be a tough hold though. Solar, he's just rallying across the map. Got the Spire on the way. That's going to be for Corruptors, for anti-air. Solar, he's remaxing with more Ultras. Nice on Barret. We can use that to Percival. Percival just trying to distract. Losing a medevac. Force the lifts, but again, you can see that Solar, he's a max, so he can just keep trading. He can just keep trading, even inefficiently, and he should be able to overwhelm. Once again, getting on top of the tanks. The Sim City here is just lacking. Yeah, the Sim City is lacking. Percival's got 1,000 minerals, and he's not been spending it. So he could have spent that here on CCs, on walls, on bunkers, on depots, but the wall was not there. And GG gets called. GG gets called with that Solar. He overwhelms, he breaks through, and we are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Going to the ace match, going to game number 3. Again, Percival, you could see towards the end there, again, his macro was a little bit slipping towards the end. Again, a lot of things were getting chaotic. He had lost map control, as we expected, once we saw the Ultra Tech. Again, a solo, this is where he's at his strongest, on these larger maps. I'm thinking of maps like Tokamak, maybe even maps like Ley Lines as well. So I'm curious what the vetoes were, curious where we're going to be landing here in game number 3. Game 1, Torches favors Terran, or favors the aggressor, I should emphasize. Game 2, we do favor the initial defender, coming into Torches. Sorry, coming into Tokamak, I meant to say. Game 3, where we're dropping, we're going to be loading into Ley Lines. Okay, this is going to be an interesting map. I would say that Ley Lines is a little bit more down the middle when it comes to kind of like the maps and how extreme they can be. Like, when I think of aggressive maps, I think of Pylon, I think of Ultra Love, I think of Torches, for example. When I think of the more macro maps, I think of Maganatha, I think of Tokamak. Ley Lines, I would put a little bit more in the middle here. Again, you can try to force out a longer game here. You can be aggressive with all-ins. Let's see what we go for. Let us see. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran from South Korea. It is Percival. We go. Players are going to be opening up. And again, coming into Ley Lines, there's a lower chance that Solar is going to go for a gasless opener, so we expect Hatch Gas pull out of the Zerg player once again. Meanwhile, Percival, we expect more of the same. We expect him to go for a third TC into Starport, into Hellion Banshee. It comes down to the skill check, it comes down to how much damage he can achieve in that early to mid game. Meanwhile, the build that we saw to Solar is kind of what we're expecting here as well. Opening up Roach into, like, I should say, Lair first, into Roaches, into Lingbane, Roach Ravager, into Ultra Tech. It has been very meta over the past couple of months. I'm sure you've seen it plenty of times from players like Solar, like Shin, like Serral, Raynor as well. Raynor, he's had his own take on it. If you recall, we were quite critical. Raynor, instead of going Roach, he would just go straight Ling Ultra without Banelings, without Roaches as well. He'd just be even greedier, and he'd have some mixed success. Very mixed success with that. But again, we'll see if Percival can slow Solar down. We're going to be poking in, no major damage. Solar, he does claim his third base on location without being disturbed. No delay. No delay on the third TC before Starport. Again, everything's looking as it should be. Nothing crazy. Oh. Does take down the tumor, not bad. Go. What's happening in the chat? Oh no. Gumiho the Marine Justin. No, Gumiho, he's the Mech King back. Aye aye aye. We take out the Marine entirely. Oh no. Este Gumiho. Beautiful. As from here, we do have, once again, the standard follow. We're going into Cloak, just like the previous games. Soon the Hellions will come online, and we'll be able to Solar to keep up with the Hellion and with the Banshee movements. We've seen Solar have mixed results when it comes to defending in the early game. We'll see if we can keep up. Of course, last game we went for a 4:30 lair timing, then into the Roach Warren. That's kind of what we're expecting here. If he deviates, we'll point it out. Oh, never mind. Double lever chamber. Okay, let's go. We're going for a much more greedier build here from the side of Solar. This is double lever chamber before lair. So this is going to be a faster 1-1 upgrades. This means later baneling speed, later lair timing as well. This is greedier here out of Solar. Okay. Going for a greedier start. This typically leads into Ling Bane, by the way, which means there's a lower chance we're going to get into Roaches. I'm ready for some Ling Bane. Let's go. We have Carapace and Melee on the way. First, he rotates, he's yet to really confirm what's going on. His upgrades have begun. Banshee towards the natural, Hellions they rotate towards the third. Lair begins here at 520. And the Banshee does confirm. Yeah, it does confirm both Evo Chambers. That screams Ling Bane. And there it is. There's that Bailey Nest. No Roaches, not this time. Which means this can be pure Ling Bane into Ultra. This could be Ling Bane into Hydra Lurker tech. I appreciate the Solar is dipping his toes into something very different this time for the Ace match. Very different. I say very different, something more classic, which I appreciate. As Hellions, they attempt to go for the dive. Plenty of links to defend. Yeah, we get some decent movement here, but the Hellions get surrounded. Hellions are surrounded. They all go down. That was not quite worth it. Banshees are getting some drone kills, but here comes the counterattack. And back at home, okay, there are units to defend. Percival, he should be okay. Oof. Losing a Banshee, losing both. Oh, that should not have happened. Both Banshees go down. Now, what's scary about what just happened here is that now Percival, he has no presence on the map. That will soon change with the Medivacs, but Percival, he just lost all his Hellions, and he lost all the Banshees as well, which means we can be greedy. Solar, he can drone up to 80. Straight up, he can just drone up to 80. Fourth base is already done. Infestation bit's on the way. That's going to be for the Hive tech. We're going to be droning from here. And this could, especially if he feels like he can get away with it, he can just go straight to Ling Bane into Ultra. He can just skip Hydras, skip the Spire. Go for those Ultras instead. And again, that was a shaky start from Percival. He's now moving out. Yeah, there it is. Hive is on the way. Oh boy. And we'll see if Percival can break Solar before Ultra Tech. Marines are stemming in. There's more reinforcements on the way. As Percival does push, we do see Solar coming in for the counterattack. Remember, this is not an 8-rack, so we're getting a forced TC, so Percival is playing standard, he's playing macro. Solar coming in from behind. And Bailey's are rolling forward. They will crash in, and Solar defends. Solar shuts us down. The Hive is almost complete. Oh, that is not a setup for Ultras. With that Hydrogen, there's a higher chance here. This is going to be, instead of Ling Bane into Ultra, Ling Bane into Lurker. Okay, let's go. I'm ready for the Lankers back. Yeah, Adrenal's on the way. Viper production as well. We're waiting for the Hydrogen. Unfortunately, this isn't really lined up. Ideally, if you're going to Lurkers, you have the Hydrogen finishing up just as the Hive finishes. So, bam, you go. Sorry, you have the Lurker then finishing up just as the Hive finishes. So you can go into those Lurker upgrades. Assuming that's the direction that we're heading in. Ooh. As almost a full medevac goes down. And the drop is dealt with. And we're still waiting for Solar's tech of choice. Got Hydra upgrades. So far going to link main Hydra. Percival does turn away. Ducklings getting on top of the tank. Not bad. Getting on top of the tank, keeping up with all the setup here, with all the harassment. Oof. So far, solely just shutting down all the aggression, making sure he's secure. He's not teching, as he just wants to make sure he survives. Dealing with all the pushes, and there it is. Now we have the Lurker Den. And again, this intentionally was delayed, so it's a delayed Lurker Den, but that is just because Solar's been focusing on shutting down these pushes. You can argue this could have been earlier, but Solar, he was playing it safe. Didn't want to get caught teching. Oh god. Brutal mind shot. Percival, he is getting some decent trades. And again, thankfully for Percival, it's going to take a little bit longer for the Lurkers to come online. It's going to take longer. Ghost already in the mix. Better trades here for Percival. Shaves off some Zerglings. Denies the expansion. Can't quite push into the bases. But both armies are maxing out. He connects. Toss in with the EMP. Solar, he's shocking around looking for a dive. Lurker upgrades, they've only just begun. So far, Solar, he is holding on. Nice mine shots. Mine shots on the Zerglings. Solar taking a very rough fight off of Creep. Yeah, very off. A lot of Banelings go down. That was not worth it. Solar bleeding out Banelings, bleeding out Hydras as well. These are expensive losses. Yeah, very rough fight at the same time, though. Massive counterattack going for the upgrades. +3 armor is denied, potentially +3 attack as well. Okay. Denying the upgrades. Takes down the expansion, denies both upgrades. Yeah, Percival is stuck on 2-2, and the Lings, they get into the middle line. 18 SCVs going down. This one Ling run by, he gets 18 workers, he gets both upgrades as well. He distracts Percival, an insane run by. An insane run by here at the natural base. And now Solar, he can comfortably embrace his Lurkers. There we go. The first wave of Lurkers are on the way. Again, they're hitting a little later here, but I mean, he got there. He got there in the end. Got to his Lunkers. Percival, the economy is crippled. He's still trying to recover. And Solar, he has momentum. Has momentum. Going for the planetary. And he's going to knock it down. Planetary, pushing further in. Getting on top of the tanks at least. Does bring them down. Likewise, Lurkers that defend back at home. And once again, this is still very much so worth it for Solar. Sure, Solar, he bled out some Hydras, bled out some Ling Bane. But he kills a base. He kills a base. He's looking to starve Percival out. Percival, he's running out of steam, running out of money. Down to 4 bases. Down to 60 SCVs. The attempted 5th base not yet up and running. And Percival, he's hurting. He's hurting. He's falling further behind. And again, he wasn't able to punish Solar early enough. He wasn't able to break him before the Lurker attack. Likewise, I mean, honestly, Percival, I would say that he was looking pretty good up until the Ling run by, right? That Ling run by was brutal. Like, 3-3 should be done by now, but it has to restart from scratch. Had to rebuild the E-base, had to restart 3-3. Likewise, never recovered here economically either, never was able to resaturate. That was a brutal run by. And now Solar's remaxed. And his remax is moving in. So that's the way that goes, takes down the tank line. Chasing the ghost further in. Takes down another. Even going for the CC. Jeez. I mean, some of the mine shots have been solid. That's all it's been. It's all it's been. Lurkers that are defending back at home. They've yet to actually move out across the map. So you have lurkers at all the fringe bases. Again, just much safer play here from Solar. But soon we can just move in. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. There we go. Knight is into the main base. Bouncing on the main army. GG gets called again. Percival, he was on his last legs for quite some time there. GG. And Solar, he will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played again. It was an intense back and forth here. We saw that Solar, he did opt to play a little bit safer coming into ley lines, delaying his tech, settling on Lingbane Hydra a little bit longer. Percival, he was holding his own. I was very impressed with his play as well, holding his own against Solar, but in the end, he was torn apart. He was a little bit inattentive. The run bys and counterattacks became a little bit too much, and he was torn apart. GG. GG, well played. Wasn't quite able to recover, and with that, Solar does make it through into those finals. And who is waiting for him in those finals? We're about to find out. We're about to find out. As we're heading over to the Americas server here. Here we go. We have confirmation. Gerald took down Cristiano 2-1 to advance on to those semis. And now we have our second semifinals ready here. It's going to be ByuN versus Gerald in a best of 3. Let's go. Let's go. GG, well played. Oh. Just making sure everything gets paid out. All the predictions. And here we go. We have our semis. We have ByuN and Gerald facing off. Yeah, they're facing off here in our semis. Cristiano, he's out. Percival is out. And we have seen ByuN and Gerald go back and forth. As we've pointed out before, Gerald, he is at his strongest in the late game. Like, he has some insane late game PvT. We've seen him take down Cure, we've seen him take down ByuN. If he can get there, though, that's the thing. And you could argue that Gerald has the best chance of getting to the late game against ByuN. True, just because, again, ByuN, he's a little bit more macro-oriented. But ByuN still has some really strong timings, right? He still has some really strong timing attacks. You know, the pre-stim pushes. We do have the pre-stim pushes, the earlier tank move-outs as well. The drop play, that's where ByuN can excel. That's where he can try to tear Gerald apart. Let's go. Here we go. Also, as a reminder, we do have the raffle as well. We do have our raffle, which we're going to be conducting before the finals. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get to la rifa. Alright, setting that up. Otherwise, Vitas underway. Vitas are underway, and we're going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have our next semis. We'll have Gerald and ByuN ready for you. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper semifinals of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. We already have our first finalist. Solar has made it to the grand finals. He's waiting for the winner of this very series, whether it's going to be a Protoss or a Terran. We are here to determine that. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Sharva Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss player himself. It is Gerald. The stream is here. The stream is done. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of three. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our semis ready. And again, we do have Gerald, who typically thrives in the late game. Again, his late game PvT is insane. It is terrifying, I will say. And if he can get there, then he can look like a beast. But the question is, can he get to the late game? Will ByuN let him get there? Is a better question. So far, single gas, so ranks expand, economic opener here out of ByuN. ByuN, as we mentioned before, he is known for his mid game more than anything, mid game, mid to late game as well. He is known for going for drop play and going for these earlier timings at time, but not really committing to these all-ins. Not the same way that you see from Cure, from Bunny, from Maru. He's not that kind of player. As he does land the CC a little bit off center. Of course, he can always lift, he can always replace, he can always relocate. But this will delay the CC for a little bit. So cheeky start out of Gerald. When it comes to the map itself, that's also going to come into play. Ultra Love is known for being a map of extremes on one end and on the other. On the one hand, the rush distance by ground can be quite short, and some of these bases can be a little bit more accessible, especially this area in between the third, the fourth, and the natural. This area here can be abused, and we have seen many all-in break a defending player. At the same time, if we don't go for an all-in, and I don't think ByuN will, if we can get up to a 4-base economy, then we can freely get a 5th base and get up to a 6th base and cut the map in half. This map's terrain makes it so you can slow the game down to a crawl because of all the choke points. We have a very narrow bridge here in the center of the map, another narrow bridge behind it or next to it. We have a ramp as well towards the left. We have another narrow ramp on the right as well. There are just so many ramps, so many points of elevation, so many choke points where it can be quite difficult to rotate to get past a choke point without being spotted by your opponent, specifically in the late game, which is why we've often seen some long drawn-out games. Or some shorter ones, which is why we mentioned it's a bit of a more of a map of extremes. We can see all ins, so we can see late game. Let's go. So from here we have our Twilight Council opener out of Gerald. Getting to his Twilight Council. Working towards Blink. We have our tech of choice. As ByuN trying to catch out that first Stalker. It does get a bit of hull damage. Oh. But Gerald does pull away. Oh. He is being attentive. Yeah. As behind this, ByuN is getting to his own 1-1-1. Interesting, going for a Marine drop. There's no Widow Mines behind this. There's no Hellion either. Cyclone is moving out to support. But the drop is spotted by the hallucination. Geralt is aware. He's aware of what's coming his way. He doesn't see the Cyclone, and the Cyclone does catch him out. A nice bait here by ByuN. Looks onto the Adept. Nice pickup. As ByuN, who's intentionally keeping the Cyclone out of vision of the hallucination. For another way in. Looking for a way in. Takes down the shield battery. Going further into the natural. So far doesn't get one shot. Ooh, does fall actually. Nice cleanup. Nice pick off there by Gerald. Takes down the full medevac, takes down the Cyclone. Yeah, ByuN getting a little bit too excited. Sure, he got 2 probe kills. Sure, he distracted the main army, but that was not quite worth it. Not worth the medevac and the Cyclone. With that, Gerald, he gains map control. Behind this, going into a very gateway heavy composition, going into charge, gateway explosion as well. And this should lead into the forge, into upgrades, into delayed splash damage. Again, so he should have plenty of charge to slow down a push to engage. ByuN is just setting up on 2 bases. No surprises here. We have a 3rd CC on the way. As you mentioned, ByuN, he's the least likely player to go for these 2 base all-ins. No, he's not like Maru, he's not like Cure. So 3rd CC, we're building up into the mid-game. And this is where Gerald can be at his strongest. If he can get up to a 4-base setup. He's not there yet. He's getting there. Photos are popping up. Gets 2 probes. Gets a couple workers. Storm is going to be on the way. Once Gerald can get into Storm, he can be feeling quite secure. 4th base is now getting up and running. ByuN, he'll soon be able to move out. He was just waiting for his upgrades. Stim is now done. And ByuN can start to be active. Can start to be active. Rotating towards the left-hand side, heading towards the would-be 4th. And can they get on top of it? The tanks are sieging. Yeah, tanks are sieging. Zelsi gets on top of the first tank. They get 1, and they're going to get both. Yeah, both tanks do go down. Oh no! He came back too soon. Yeah, a little bit mistimed there from Gerald. Took an extra tank shot, but he still holds. Whew. Does hold on. Ay, ay, ay. Again, he pulled away a little bit too early. Despite that, Gerald, he holds. He holds, he has Storm. Should be feeling safe, should be feeling secure. As his 4th is getting up and running. ByuN still has access to drop play, he can still be somewhat active on the map. But outside of that, the game is slowing down. Protard's still popping up. Ghosts are now on the way. That's gonna be the next big power spike here for ByuN. Gonna be his Ghost with his EMPs. Likewise, Gerald, he has to get ready for Colossus. Oh, running into the army. Actually, he's got plenty of Zealots here. He's catching out the Marines. And catching out the Bio. ByuN has to back up. Has to get the hell out of here. Storm has arrived, and ByuN's 3rd base is in danger. The tower taking a lot of damage. We just blink in. We just blink in. Zealous taking on top of the army. Forcing him back. Storm in the mineral line. Yeah, bold move. Does get a couple of SCVs. That means there are less storms to the main army. But he has enough. Looks like he might barely have enough. Zealots are rallying in. SCVs are going down. There's no more storms remaining. Takes down the Raven. Takes on the Raven. ByuN, he does hold on, but at a cost of 16 SCVs. Still took down the Archon, took down the High Templar. Ideally, Gerald, he wanted to end the game there. He wanted to end the game then and there. Again, he made the choice to storm the mineral line, not to storm the main army. ByuN, he barely holds on. He holds, he survives. And Gerald, he has to rebuild, and he already is. Gerald's now getting a 5th base. Going for a 2nd robo. Panicking a little bit, throwing down 2 base. But working towards Colossus, he needs them. He needs to work towards the Colossus. We get an okay Storm. Raises the army. As As ByuN, he's gained map control. Gerald, he's pinned back. Going Disruptor first. Bold move. Going for the Disruptors. He has 0 storms. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Oh, as he tried to overcharge. Get sniped. Templar goes down. Archon getting caught as well. Brutal pickoffs. And ByuN, he knows how close he is to breaking Gerald. Ay, ay, ay. Takes out all the Zealots. Gets on top of the Stalkers. There's no support left. Snipes are popping up. And there are no Colossus. The problem here as well is we went for Disruptors, not Colossus. And Novas that can be dodged. Where's the bite? There we go. Finally now popping out. But it's too little too late. Yeah, it's too little too late. The base has been broken. Takes down the middle line, takes down the expansion. And ByuN, he has broken Gerald. Again, unfortunately, the fight earlier here that was so committed just did not get enough done. Just some really expensive losses there from Gerald. And that switch into Colossus / Disruptor was so late. So late, so delayed. My army just sends into the mineral line, and Gerald, he cannot deal with this. Not like this, not anymore. Losing the Disruptors, losing a second mineral line. And again, ByuN has done it. As he takes on 2 expansions. And no, Gerald, he cannot take this base. It's not gonna happen. He's trying. There goes the bait. And again, Gerald, he has so much potential with that first engagement, with that first push as well. Just got a little bit too excited. Got too excited. In the end, he went down to the counterattack. And now he's down to 3 bases. Now he's down to barely an economy. Oof, brutally MP. Vikings are now built up. And ByuN breaks through. Just breaks through. There's just not enough cells, not enough buffer. And again, there's no storm, there's no supports. Oof, brutal mine shots. We have a desperation zealot run by here for Gerald doing what he can. Again, he knows that he was close to breaking ByuN. He knows he was so close. Ah. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN now going for the 3rd. Again, this is really like the last real mining base here for Gerald. And he shouldn't be able to save it. There just is no army. ByuN sort of steps in. The Zealot Run gets 27. What? Oh my god. ByuN, he was not paying attention at all. 27 SCVs go down, but it doesn't matter. GG gets called, and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew, GG. ByuN, he does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth. As we mentioned, Gerald, he had a lot of potential when it came to his first storm timing, when his first move out. He did choose to go for the economy, not for the main army. We saw that ByuN was able to hold, able to defend, deal with the army, then break out and counterattack. We saw that Gerald was also panicking a little bit when it came to his follow-up, when it came to his switch and transition into Colossus / Disruptor, into his Robo army, as he threw down Double Bay. He threw down, I want to say, didn't quite get a 3rd Robo. But Double Bay and his Robo production was delayed. So by the time he got into his splash damage, it was just a little bit too late. Too little too late here. The map itself also came into play. The short rush distance by ground on Ultra Love. That's where you can be more successful, more aggressive in the earlier game, when the early to mid game. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into Persephone. And we'll see if ByuN can close it out here. And now we'll see if Gerald can bring it back and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. As Persephone, I want to say, actually shares some similarities with Ultra Love. We spoke about how in Ultra Love, if you can secure yourself on 4 bases, it is easier to get into a 5th and 6th expansion. If you can get into that more maxed out army, you can slow the game down to a crawl. We didn't get there in game 1. Here on Persephone, it's a little bit similar, where it is so difficult to take your opponent's bases. Like, there is just so much space between your side and your opponent's side of the map. It is a lot easier to cut this map in half, and so much more difficult to actually get onto the other side. side, so from here we can get into a split map scenario if we make it that far. If we're able to max out. For now though, we're getting to game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shockfire Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. Go. As we are setting up, ByuN being a little bit cheeky here with his setup. He's going for his racks a little bit further back, not at the ramp. This means if Gerald did go for a probe scout, he would poke in, he would see the racks is missing, and this sometimes does cause overreactions. So a bit of a cheeky setup here from ByuN. Going down his racks further back. Gerald's now moving out. We'll soon get a read on what's going on. Let's go. But again, welcome to Persephone. Persephone, outside of the base layout and how segmented and how cut in half the map is, we also have the goal base. Typically, a lot of the engagements, if we get into that kind of max out situation scenario, does occur around the gold. The gold is probably the most contestable base on the map. Likewise, we have the healing pad. We have all the speed zones as well. Short rush distance by air. ByuN going for the CC on the high grounds, and Gerald pokes in. He does confirm the CC. Ooh, making a zealot does cancel. Okay, does cancel the zealot. Does confirm the location of the racks. So for a moment there, Gerald was making a zealot. He found out he didn't need it. Spin is moving out. Does move out. We'll see if Gerald does switch things up. We do expect Gerald to once again go into Blink, get into a third base, get into Charge, into upgrades, into a very gateway heavy composition. That is kind of like the go-to standard meta here in TVP. I don't know if Gerald's really wants to switch things up too much. We'll see. As Reaper breaks in, gets 2 probe kills, not bad. Gets 2 workers. Got the scout off the ramp. To have a 1-1-1 here from the side of ByuN. Once again, getting ready for the early drop. Last game, the Marine drop was very lackluster. It didn't really get much done, and yeah, it was a better start for Gerald, if you recall. It looks like ByuN is doing something very similar. Moving out with his Marine Cyclone. And is going to be scattered by the hallucination, potentially. Hallucination moves in. Yep, scouts a drop. Does confirm. Gerald, she's fully aware. Ooh, we're throwing down extra gateways as opposed to last game. How many gates? We have, I believe, a 4-gate setup. Un momento. Yeah, we have 3 gates in the main base. We have 1 gate at the natural, so 4-gate blink. Gerald is being hyper aggressive this time. Okay, let's go. Ooh, brutal slam from the sentry. Sentry goes down. That means no high ground vision. Trading with his opponent, delaying the third base, and again that is a rough start for Gerald as he's expanding. Interestingly enough, it's 4-gate blink, yes, but no robo. There's no robo, there's no warp prism as a result. Again, the only way to gain high ground vision would have been with a hallucination. An interesting start. Gerald, he's moving out, he's being active. He could maybe have threatened the main base if he did have that sentry. But now just trying to gain map control. Now working towards splash damage, working towards storm. A bit of a shakier start here for Gerald. Setting up a proxy. Getting ready to warp in across the map. Oh. Likewise, it's a natural as well. Getting it to 7 gates. You see Gerald trying to catch in and kind of drop lane and kind of move out. Speaking of, ByuN, he does slip by. Oh, he gets scouted. Yeah, he's going to be scouted. Nice pick off. One more volley. Ooh, takes down a full medevac. Nice catch here from Gerald. Let's go. Does catch ByuN out. Charge almost done. Storm finishing up as well. Again, Gerald, I feel like he needed something to go his way here. Because his build of choice was a little bit lackluster. Let's go. The third CC on location. Oh, does take some massive tank shots to the face. Building up. And this time Gerald is not going for any kind of big storm timing. He's being active with the army, that is true, but he's getting a 4th base. Getting a 4th base, the army, oh, sorry, the drop does get into the main. Gerald does spot it, he's racing back home. Get busy. Zealots are being dealt with. Trying to force a bit of friendly fire. Nice storm takes down the medevac. Gerald, he's holding. At the same time, though, ByuN gets away with his 3rd. If Gerald was across the map, he could have tried to deny the 3rd base and contain on 2 bases. So very greedy here by ByuN, but he gets away with it. Gets away with the 3rd base.
Base is under attack.
That auto turret. That Raven's been so annoying. They're major kills, but annoying nonetheless. Gerald double expanding, claiming his 4th base, now going straight for the gold. Okay. Pushing into the gold expansion. Done. Zelarama gets into the middle line, getting 6 SCV kills so far. Not bad. Gerald moving in. Storms are ready. But so are the EMPs. At the same time, remember, Gerald, he doesn't have to go in. He's trading out Zealots, which is perfectly fine. Because of why? Because of the gold. Right? The gold base is almost done. So he can afford to trade out these Zealots. He does have a lot of minerals in the bank as well. How many gates is he on? 10. Not a bad gate count, but here, yeah, there we go. He throws down extra gateways. Trying to spend his money. The gate's getting pulled out. Trying to move in. ByuN trading very efficiently. Cleans up all the Zealots, takes down the gateway. The gold base just now getting saturated. And just as ByuN moves out. Uh-oh. Yeah, ByuN is pushing. Scans top right, he finds the gold base. Gerald completely backs off, and he will lose the expansion. Yeah, he will lose it. He won't fight for it. The base goes down, instead goes for a massive warp in into the main. You know, it's going to be ByuN's turn to be out of position. He's racing back home. Turns everything back around. This is going to give Gerald a little bit of room to breathe. Going for another warp in, getting more SCVs. Gerald claiming another expansion. And again, not too bad. 13 SCVs, drags everything back home. And Gerald double expanding. Taking both bases. ByuN is stuck at home. Say that he's moving out with his triple drop. They spot each other. Gerald responds at the same time, getting ready for a zealot run by. ByuN, he doesn't really have much of an army ready. Set the natural. There we go. He does respond. Jesus. Gerald, he's ready in the main. Brutal feedbacks. In the main base. Meanwhile, the zealot run gets dealt with. Ooh, brutal storm. Takes down one, takes down all 3 medivacs. Let's go. This one Raven is getting 14 kills in total. Last Gerald, he's getting his base up and running. He will have the economic lead. The Raven just keeps popping up. Now, the one concern is that Gerald, he has a very almost fragile army. He doesn't really have any Colossus, no Disruptors, just now beginning his own Disruptor and Colossus production. Okay, he's getting there with his own Robo. Robos are getting up and running. But now that Gerald, he's relying on his Storms. He only has 2 High Templar. Lands 1 good Storm. And the other is okay. Let's land the 1. Both armies are maxing out. Gerald moving back in, kills the CC. And again, so crucial that Gerald, he's mining from that gold. We spoke at the beginning of the game how specifically on Persephone, this gold base is typically the base that matters the most. Just because it's so difficult to take any of your opponent's expansions. So in a longer game, Gerald, he will have more resources, as he has claimed an extra base, an extra expansion. Can he spend that money though? As there's no storms with this, and only 1 disruptor. Like this army, sorry, there's only 1 disruptor, only 1 Nova. This army has to get the hell out of here. That's EMP. But he has to back off. Like there's no backbone to this army. There's no Disruptors, no High Templar, no Storm. ByuN, he sees this. Yeah, he wants it. Sims in. There's nothing here. Like this army means nothing. Here we go. Disruptor's not coming in. Archon's gonna be going down. Here we go. Colossus have arrived. Oof. And the Nova will connect. Very nice Nova. And here come the reinforcements. Whew. Gerald holds. Gerald, he holds on. Oh, he barely saves the Colossus as well. Again, a very shaky defense there from Gerald. Oh, the Raven. Oh, the Raven finally goes down. Bit of an F2. Raven finally falls. But ByuN escapes with most of those ghosts. He escapes with the ghosts. Nova goes up. Nova does not connect. This guy's coming back here against the Zealots. Ooh, fighting a little bit too long within range of the Colossus. Has EMPs. Now he can stand forward. He can chase the Colossus down. At the same time, Zealot Runback comes in from behind. But doesn't get much done. Getting stuck on the production. Now, on the one hand, ByuN has been having more efficient trades. True, like he basically reset the army here for Gerald. But Gerald, he has the gold, he has more bases, he can afford these trades more so than ByuN, and now he's building up his Colossus count. Jesus, when I say building up, he's getting up to 5 Colossus. That's a lot of lasers. that's gonna be a lot of Colossus. Aye. Let's go. Now, ByuN hasn't seen this. ByuN, he has some Vikings, true. He's getting his first 3 Vikings now. He has 2 starports, getting up to 4. But he hasn't seen just how many Colossus is going to be up against. And before these Vikings come online, Gerald, he will have the advantage. Like, these Colossus, they have a lot of potential here to just wreak havoc and to make their way through this army. Let's get on 4 Colossus. Disruptors are on the way. Vikings are slowly amassing. As time goes on, ByuN is going to have more Vikings. He's building up his upgrades, getting to +2 ship weapons. Eventually into a fusion core, into liberators as well. Pushing on the right. Does take a storm to the face. The army responds. Colossus are exposed. It doesn't go for the dive. It doesn't quite go for it. Pulls away. Dark Shrine is in production. The map at this point is cut in half. And Gerald, he's taking every base on this side of the map. And these should be all the expansions for Gerald. Oh. Decent Novas. Novas. Gerald, he's reached his final form. We spoke earlier how Gerald, he's at his strongest in the late game. He's got him there. Nice storms. 1 Colossus goes down. He takes out one of the Colossus. There are still 3 standing. And they're going to remain standing as every Viking falls. And remember, these Colossus, they can be topped up. So Gerald, he pulls away. He backs off, heads over to the healing pad, and he will heal up those Colossus. Aye. We spoke earlier in the previous series how specifically on Percival, this healing pad benefits Protoss so much more. Because previously there was no way to heal up these units. Now there is. There's a way to heal up. Previously that would just be permanent damage. Not anymore. Moving in. It's going to be rotating around. Gerald has a very healthy bank that he can work with. Could do with extra gas. So that's all getting caught out though. Yeah, he overextends. ByuN coming in from behind. Can he get into the Colossus? He can. He gets 1. He gets 2. Novas are connecting. Oh, brutal connection. And Novas do connect. A very messy fight. ByuN bleeding out a lot of his fire at the same time. Also takes down a lot of the disruptors. And Colossus. 1 Colossus left here for Gerald. ByuN finally working towards Liberators. It took some time, but he's getting there. He's getting there with that fusion core. With Liberator range. And you can also notice as well, for the past, I want to say 5 minutes, maybe even more than that, ByuN, he has not been able to really threaten any of these expansions. Like, Gerald, he is freely mining, freely enjoying his economy. ByuN just hasn't been able to move out. If he ever does, Gerald, he's there to punish. He's got his massive army here outside of the bases. Just always rotating. Takes down 2 ghosts. Nicely done. Ooh, and this should not be happening. We spoke earlier how it is so difficult to take some of your opponent's bases on this map. Oh no! That's close to the extend. Novas, they graze the army. Well, let's go down. We spoke about how difficult it is, but Gerald, he's going for it. He's going for it. There's a scan. ByuN, he has to punish. He cannot let this happen. Moving forward. Oh, nice splits. Splits against Nova. Kiting well. As the cannons and shield batteries are on the way, you can see Gerald just throwing down a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Like, he knows how difficult it is to defend this location, but hey, they're finishing. And this is a game-winning move as well, by the way. Like, Gerald, he already has a larger bank because of the gold, but taking a base away from your opponent is huge, especially on Persephone. I would say that it's important here that Gerald, he does pull the boys and saturate the space immediately. Like, any minerals and gas he can take from this base is it's insanely huge. So I would love for him to recall or Maynard. Otherwise, this isn't really worth it. Yeah, as you can see here, so he doesn't mine from the space. Mines a couple of minerals, but he's gonna lose all these resources. Cannon, shield batteries, Nexus, it's all going to go down. As I mentioned, it is difficult to take these bases. Gerald's rotating over. Gets 1 Liberator. Gets a 2nd. Now getting a 3rd. Still the Novas. Oh no, he comes in from behind! Yeah, Novas are connecting. Yeah, messy fight. He sims in, gets 3, 4, 5, 6, gets every disruptor. Yeah, massive losses. There are only 2 robos. That should not be the case. Only 2 robos for Gerald, but he's still trading well. Yeah, he's still trading well. Zell's do an amazing job tanking. He saves the low ground expansion, or the expansion on the right hand side. Goes for a massive warp in. Gerald, still there, still mining. The best saturation, but saturation nonetheless. Gerald, he could do with extra production buildings, extra robos specifically, to be able to remax as quickly as possible. Like, right now he has a bank. What's hurting him is his production. He's on 15 gateways. He's on 2 robos. He could go up to 20 gateways. He can go up to 3 robos. So production, the production is a big bottleneck here for Gerald. And it's giving ByuN more time. Type yourselves in, because as this is shaping out, we are looking to get into the ace match here. Again, Gerald, he is now fully saturated the bottom right, taking a base away from ByuN. Earlier, it looked like ByuN was going to take over this location, but if you remember, he was distracted. He had to pull away. The Nexus was saved. Gerald's moving in. Say pop off. Oh my god, brutal connection! Let's have 4 ghosts, 4 or 5 ghosts going down. Ay, ay, ay. And GG gets called. There's no fighting back. And Gerald, he will tab the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3 again. Gerald's able to gain and maintain that map control. There were times where he was taking some rough fights, some worse trades even, but it was fine because he had the gold base, and it became even worse when he took bottom right. Once he took that expansion, as you mentioned, that was a game-winning move. That was a game-winning move. It meant that he was taking resources away from ByuN. He had a massive bank already. It was getting even larger, and again, ByuN, his resources were being stifled. It was just getting less and less resources there. Could not keep up with the trades, could not keep up with Gerald's. GG well played. And with that, Gerald does tie things up, and now we're going to the ace match. And we'll see if Gerald can get into that game state again. Now, I will say it's going to be a little bit more difficult in a sense. Up next, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. Tokamak is a larger map. It is known for its macro games, that is true. It is known for establishing your 4-base setup quite nicely, and even getting your 5th base as well. I will say that a big difference here is that on Tokamak, your bases are more spread out. They are more spread out, so it can be more difficult to defend your fringe expansions. This is where your opponent can be more aggressive and more active. It's more difficult, but not impossible. So we'll see. We'll see if Gerald can get there again. Now, spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss, the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. Here we go. ByuN's army feels kind of small, even though it's at 130. Bearing in mind that a lot of ByuN's supply were in Vikings, were in Liberators, and of course the Ghost does take up more supply than it once did, like a year ago at this point. So that's why the ground army specifically was looking a little bit smaller. Still a very potent army, for sure, but the problem there was that ByuN was stuck at home. We were trying to emphasize it and bring it up a couple of times throughout that course of that game. ByuN, he just wasn't able to counterattack, wasn't able to go for any drop play, wasn't able to apply any pressure to Gerald. Gerald, he had full map control, so ByuN, he was just stuck at home defending and struggling to defend as well. As Gerald was very comfortable on Persephone. And again, ideally, he wants to get into that kind of game state again, coming into Tokamak. Oh boy. Here we go. As we mentioned, this map has a lot of bases, but it's more spread out. We can kind of get into that kind of game state once again, but it is more difficult. Tokamak, it is more difficult to kind of get into that to be able to gain that map. Because not impossible, not impossible. Gerald, he could still pull that off, but it's going to be a bit of a tougher ask here. But now we're settling in. Once again, we have an economic opener out of ByuN. ByuN going for a Rax Expand, going for a delayed factory. And we'll see if ByuN goes into any early drop play. So far, both in Game 1 and Game 2, we've seen Reactor Marine into Marine Cyclone drop across the map. We've seen it both in Game 1 and Game 2. Good to see it again here. Otherwise, we could go into early Cyclone, into early Banshee play. We can go for Widowmine drops. But for now, we have another add-on swap into Cyclone. Here we go. Go. Meanwhile, we have our Twilight Council opener out of Gerald. Getting into his council. Working towards Blink. Getting into Blink, throwing down extra gateways. We do have Gerald going for a very safe setup here, getting up to 3 gates. I would not have blamed Gerald for going for something like 2-gate blink into a third on Tokamak, but here, playing it safe. Getting a shield battery, getting a third gateway. Good moves in, trying to catch any stray units. Does fail to deny the scout. Scout does move out. Oh, okay. Doesn't go for the add-on swap. He does keep the tech lab on the factory. This is not always seen here, so we are starting very early tank production. Tanks are going to be amassing early on. This feels like ByuN is setting up for what he does best, which is going for this stimulus push to build up his tanks, his marines, to move out early. Designed to knock down the third. Chop is deflected. Ooh. Quite hard. Oh! Gerald not attentive here. He'll lose 2 stalkers. Aye, aye, aye. Stalkers go down, but it looks like he will barely get the Widowmine. Widowmine does fall. Does leave the army though. Lock-in is brutal. And Gerald, he will lose all 4 stalkers. Aye, aye, aye. That's 4 stalkers going down, and ByuN, he will soon push. He will soon move out. Again, he's making 3 marines at a time, waiting for another tank, waiting for his Banshee. Soon move out. And this Gerald, he starts up charge. Losing 4 stalkers is just a really shaky start here for Gerald. He has to be active. He's moving out. And he needs to slow this down. He needs to try to slow this down. As so far he doesn't see the move out. He does have some fake stalkers in the mix. Then he encounters the army. Gets a stalker. Takes out the stalker. Lock-on persists. Takes out another. Yeah, just a really shaky early game here from Gerald, and he barely has an army standing. Charge is still not yet done. Again, Gerald, he should have had 4 extra stalkers with this. I guess a tank. Okay. Nicely done. Gets one of the tanks. Can he get on top of the other? Link is complete. Picks up a couple of marines. And again, so crucial here that he does zone ByuN away. And ByuN, he backs up. ByuN, he backs up. He does not break the third. Gerald, he does get it up and running. Okay, we have a game. We have a game. We have a back and forth. Gerald from here should be expanding, getting a 4th expansion. Moves out for a counterattack. Same time, Banshee into the main. Breaks into the tank, not bad. Oh. The tank, well, bleeds out a stalker. Banshee does hit the natural. And I was waiting for the moment, but here it is. ByuN, he does expand. 3rd TC is on the way. Again, ByuN is not really one to go for these all-ins. So he's now expanding, and now we're embracing a longer game. And we're calming down. We're building up. 4th base on the way for Gerald. 3rd base on the way for ByuN. So we're building up. We have Storm as the initial splash damage choice for Gerald. Getting into Storm first. Still very gateway-centric. And he's just posturing. His army gets spotted. Nice snipe on the Cyclone. Storm is not ready. And Gerald, can he engage? Can he stop those tanks from getting within range? Tanks take siege. Tanks do siege. We're still a ways away from Storm. So I'll say you run fast. A bit of an awkward setup. It's a lot of Zealots going down, and ByuN is pushing in. Brutal choke point as well. Yeah, Zealots just get annihilated. Storm is now done, but is it too late? Yeah, Stalkers are going down. Where are the Storms? No Hytalian, no Templar, no Storms. And that's going to be game. That's going to be game. GG gets called. We were waiting for Storm, but there was 0 Templar ready. And ByuN, he will break through. He will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Storm did complete, but there were no High Templar ready. Even despite that, we saw that Gerald, he was not able to slow down the push, not able to engage ahead of time. The tanks, they pushed too far forward, and GG. GG, well played. Before we could get into a longer game, we almost got there. Gerald was getting a 4th base, ByuN was getting a 3rd. The game was meant to last a little bit longer there, but Gerald, he was caught a little bit with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, ByuN, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the grand finals, where he has his next opponent ready and waiting for him. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our 2 finalists here. Again, Solar, if you recall, Solar took down Percival 2-1. ByuN took down Gerald 2-1. Both series went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 3. But now we have our 2 finalists here. It's going to be best of 5 between ByuN and Solar. Whew, let's go. Let us go. And again, shout out to Gerald for making a series out of that. And again, I can definitely see a world where that game would have gone longer into a longer later game, which is where Gerald would be a little more comfortable, of course, but he barely didn't quite get there. Barely not. Barely not. And before we get into our grand finals, we do have something special here, something a little bit different. It is raffle time. La rifa, la papi, la rifa. Let's go. Every single week we have a random raffle. Essentially, every player that did compete here tonight is eligible for 5 USD. Nothing crazy, nothing too major, but 5 USD is available here to any one of our players. This week, as you can see, we had 21 eligible players for this week's tournament, for this week's raffle, and one of them walks away a little bit richer. Quickly checking, I don't think we had any walkovers. Yeah, no walkovers. Everyone is eligible. Let's go. And again, this can go to any player. It can go to a finalist. It can go to someone that got knocked out in the first round. It can go to someone like Erebus, someone like Dave Little. Also, it can go to someone like ByuN. It could go to anyone. Let's go. Let us go. As this week, the random raffle winner is... Oh, congratulations here to someone that caused an upset earlier, to Rebellion. Congratulations, Rebellion. He does walk away with the random raffle. Congratulations. If you recall, Rebellion, he's the Korean Protoss player. He took down Shameless earlier in the tournament. I was favoring Shameless in that series, so a very impressive result there by Rebellion. Again, you can see Horseradish, Hackers Top, Solar, Shameless, and Azura barely not quite edging out that raffle. GG. GG, well played. Hashtag rigged in the chat, as always, as Rebellion does walk away with a raffle, and we are now getting into our grand finals. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it go the way of ByuN? Will it go the way of Solar? Up to you to decide. Up to you to place that prediction. Best of luck. Best of luck with your predictions as we are settling into our game. And we saw a lot out of Solar previously, and we're seeing a lot of the same. Solar, he has been known in recent times to go for these more tech-heavy styles, to try to get away with greed and try to rush into hive tech. I mean, I say Solar's been known for this, but in general, the meta has been shifting in this direction. We saw that a lot out of players like Raynor, like Serral, Solar, Shin as well. So we're expecting that trend to continue here. Meanwhile, we'll see how ByuN does approach this. ByuN, unlike some of the other Terran players out there, he doesn't rely as heavily on 8-Raxes. 8-Raxes have been very trendy from players like Cure, from players like Maru. Mech as well has been very popular as of late. Battle Mech, specifically Battle Mech into traditional Mech. We've seen that from Jumy, from Maru, from Cure, even Clem whipping out Mech every now and then. ByuN, also we have seen play mech. He doesn't rely on it too heavily, but we have seen ByuN go mass cyclone. That has happened before, and we'll see if he does it again. In the best of 5, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it once. Like once in the series, we could see mech, depending on the map, of course. For now, we are moving out. Now we are moving out. As Reaper breaks in, Solar should be able to claim his third without too much issue. Not too many problems. As Reaper does break in. Yo, shout out to stream elements in the chat. True. Let's go. But yes, this is live. We do sometimes do replay casts. If we do, it's in the title. We'll be stating replay cast. I think an example of that is the Latin American tournaments, Code for Giants Cup, we're going to be covering via replays later on in the week. Little League Cup, we typically cast via replays as well, for example. But now though, we do have our third TC. And so far, everything's looking quite normal here. The first big kind of tech choice that we're looking for is Solar, to see if he goes for a lair first, double Evo chamber, or if he goes into an early Roach Horn or an early Bailey Nest. So around 4:30, in another minute or so, is when we're going to be seeing our first tech of choice from the Zerg. From the side of ByuN, early stem. Jesus. Okay, so we're not going into Banshee. Typically, we see a third CC into Starport into add-on swap. Here, there's just no Starport. There's no Starport, which means there's no add-on swap. We're going for a 3CC 2-1-1, 3CC 3-1-1 even. Okay. Very different here. A much more aggressive out of ByuN, going into a much earlier sim timing into a bio-heavy mid-game. Okay. No Banshees, and delayed medevacs. This can hit quite hard. Again, we're delaying the star pool, we're delaying medevacs in favor of more Marines. More Marines, a stronger bio start out of ByuN. This is not normal, it's not standard. Hellions say poke in, we have 2 more eBays on the way. I was going to say this could lead into an A-Rax. I feel like typically we see 2 eBays before the second and third Rax, if it's going to be an 8-Rax. But this is still a bit of a quirkier setup. So we'll see. Meanwhile, Solar, he's going double Evo Chamber, so he's not going into Roaches. He's going double Evo Chamber, double upgrades into Ling Bane. We saw this in game, I think it was in game 3 against Percival. So this is quite greedy. Basically, he's just rushing and prioritizing upgrades over his lair and over any other tech building. So just really fast upgrades out of Solar. It leads into a stronger 1-1 and 2-2 timing. Lair now on the way at 5:30-ish. ByuN is building up. Stim is complete. Now getting into combat shields, getting into 1-1. Was even supply book Solar, not bad. Solar supply blocked, forcing out 5 overlords. Aye, aye, aye. Getting ready for his move out. This is a very unorthodox move out here, just because ByuN is pushing without his medevacs. So it's just a very early push. Here he's looking for any stray overlords, looking for their gold. What he is thinking out so far, completely unscouted. He's towards the left. Queens they rotate to the right. Combat shields is done. We're waiting for 1-1 upgrades. ByuN gets spotted. He gets spotted, but the Baileys aren't quite in position. And now waddling over. Gets 1 queen. Gets a queen. Bailey's able to win. Remember, there's no Metamax. Yeah, there's no Metamax. There's no way out of this, and every Marine is gonna go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, ByuN, he will lose the first army. So a very rough start here for ByuN. As typically you want to preserve all those Marines, all that bio, and just build up over time and just snowball out of control. Not here, not in game one. And this almost nullifies the opener as well. Like, he built up to so many Marines so early on, and it didn't achieve anything. Meanwhile, Solar going into his infestation pits, going into Hydras. We saw this, again, this is on ley lines against Percival, where Solar is going 1-1 upgrades into Fast 2-2, into Ling Bane Hydra, into delayed Lurker tech. Hive is on the way, but no Lurkers yet. No Lurker Den yet. Solar just going for a bit of a safer approach. Ling's going to be reflected. Solar, he's freely joining up to 84. Here comes ByuN. Now we see the Lurker Den. This is a little bit earlier than previously. Towards Lurkers. Solar being a little bit greedy in that respect. Mine shot's going to be going up. Just the one mine though. Cleans up the army, does force ByuN back. So the army's cleaned up. He's trying to be active. Again, the big power spike for Solar are going to be those Lurkers, and the Lurker Den is just now finishing. It's almost there. Almost. Behind this, ByuN is on 4 bases. He's double expanding. 2 more CCs. Going for a double drop. Solar out of position. Takes out the expansion. Tree goes down. Lings as well. Solar's trickling in. He's not training well at all here. Losing so many Banelings and Zerglings. Ling counterattack actually supply blocks. He kills like 4 depots. Not bad. Does the flag block with all Hydras are going down. ByuN inattentive. Does take some Baileys to the face. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. ByuN bleeding out bio, bleeding out Marines. Solar, even though he had some rough trades, even though he lost an expansion, his workers. His worker on his drone kind of still very healthy. 85 drones. Solar, he should be the first to remax. First Lurker upgrades on the way. Oh. Drop does get in. Solar out of position, takes out both queens, going for the Lurker Den. Okay, not bad. Snipes the Lurker Den. Lurker Den goes down, I believe 0 upgrades. Yeah, 0 Lurker upgrades did complete. Massive delay here. Okay, ByuN clawing his way back into this. It has been a couple of shaky moments here for ByuN. But here, sniping the Lurker Den is huge. It's giving him more time. Moving back in with another double drop. Going for the expansion. And he is going to get it as well. Takes down another base. Okay. Gets another hatchery, clears up more creep. ByuN is maxed out. And Solar to catch up, he's going double Lurker Den. Double Lurker Den for double upgrades. He only has 3 Lurkers. And because of the delay, ByuN, he doesn't need Ghosts. I mean, Ghosts would be ideal, but he has time to get there. Still no Academy. Lane Main just cannot engage. ByuN is moving in. Nice kiting. Bailings, they graze the army with no major connections. And Solar, he's in danger here. Yeah, Solar is now just, again, he has those 3 lurkers. Do we have a scan? Yeah, lurker shots going off. Oh my god, the army is stacking. And with that ByuN, he does take so many lurker shots to the face. Yeah, a very messy fight here from ByuN. Solar, he's barely holding on. Again, these 3 lurkers down to 2, by the way, but these lurkers, they got so much damage. And you can see 22 kills on one of those lurkers. That was almost purely Marine. 22 on one, 7 on the other, and the other, of course, it went down, also had a lot of kills as well. Again, ByuN didn't realize. He was just pushing into the lunkers without a scan. So that's, again, that's keeping Solar alive a little bit longer, but this still should be too much. Like, ByuN should still have too much momentum. Okay, and it goes up. Nice spread here by ByuN. Doesn't have enough bio though. Yeah, ByuN overextending. Ooh, the Medivacs a stack. Drones have been going down. Again, Solar's trying to stabilize. His scans are full lurkers in position. We have 5 more on the way. Just going straight for the main. It's barely unload. Whew. Those Medivacs are so low. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal mine connections. Mine shots are popping up. Ooh, runs into the Bailings. Yeah, he steps in. Takes the Bailings to the face. Solar, he's surviving. But it's still being torn apart. Hydra's not quite in position. This expansion should go down, not just the base, but drones as well. And GG gets called. Solar gets torn apart, and ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth, some messy moments for both players. But again, we saw that Solar, a brutal moment for him was him losing those lurkers. He lost a little momentum. ByuN was out trading. The one fight that went Solar's way was when ByuN was pushing into 3 lurkers. But despite that, that was again Solar just treading water, just barely surviving. It wasn't really thriving. It wasn't enough to have him recover and bounce back. But GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Solar can make a series out of this. We'll see if ByuN can take a 2-0 lead. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on Pylon. Okay. We're getting into Pylon. The thing ByuN could hear the sound effect, I certainly couldn't. It also didn't help that because there was a hatchery in between the lurkers and the marines. Because of that, a lot of the lurker spines were actually under the hatchery, so you couldn't actually see like the attacks as clearly. So it was a very messy engage in the center, and very difficult to actually see that. We only knew because we could actually see the lurkers themselves as an observer. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. As we are opening up 2 Rax Reaper. Let's go. ByuN going for the ByuN special, setting up on the low ground. Opening up 2 Rax Reaper. Now, I say that we could still throw down a 3rd Rax further back in the main. We could commit a little bit harder and double down and be hyper aggressive. Regardless, the goal here is to contain Solar on 2 bases for as long as possible. We'll see if we can pull this off. Remember, this is not an all-in. This is just designed to gain damage done early on. And there it is, third Rax. There it is. We do have the third Rax further back in the main base. Now, it's going to be up to Solar's first Overlord to go in to confirm the initial opener, to confirm how late the CC is going to be, to confirm that it is going to be more dedicated than usual. As a result, Solar, he has to stay in gas, has to fixate and prioritize link speed, and also it would be a mistake to get into a third. It would be a mistake to be cheeky, to be greedy, and to get into a third base, as it'll be spread very thin. As he's aware of at least the initial 2 Raxes. As you can see, he's going further in. Again, he's checking for another Rax. Checking for the CC timing. Does pull out. Link speed has begun. So early link speed here for Solar. And he sees no expansion. So he knows. At this point, he should know. As he goes further in, and he's looking for the Rax. First Reaper has arrived. Goes in, goes for the mineral line. So Solar is keeping up. Nice control. Pulling back weakened Zerglings. So let's focus on that weakened Reaper. So far, ByuN controls well. Solar still massing on more Zerglings. And again, Solar, he did not expand, did not get a third. Is contained. ByuN looking for drone kills. Gets one. One drone goes down. He gets cornered though. Yeah, brutal pickoff. ByuN gets cornered. One Reaper goes down. ByuN, he got baited, and he will lose another Reaper. It will be worth it if he can get the Queen, but the Queen does waddle away. Oh. Yeah, link speed kicks in. Solar, he will shut down these Reapers. And a very... Oh, no, he gets a surround. A surrounds 2 more, and a brutal start here. Solar, he is ahead. He takes the lead. He saves all the Queens. He loses 1 drone. He didn't even try to expand. Now taking a delayed third base. And ByuN, he only just now is getting his own natural up and running. He has lost map control. Lings, they counterattack. The add-ons are exposed. And we can go for Stim. We can go for Stim, and Stim is going to be denied. Yeah, there's no saving Stim. Nice KDA charges. Stim goes down. ByuN is greedy. Typically, we go for Stim here in the main. Chose to go for it at the natural. And Solar looking solid. Looking good. From here, Solar, he can just take his third base. He can join up. We can see very fast double eBay. Double eBay here from ByuN, getting to really fast 1-1 upgrades. This looks like the beginning of an all-in where you prioritize upgrades, getting to 1-1, getting to 2-2, and this can this can kind of evolve a couple different ways. One way this can lead into is a 3-base all-in with an 8 Rax, true, but this could be a little bit earlier as well. We'll see how ByuN does pieces all together. As ByuN, he's rallying across the map. Remember, there's no Stim. Still trading well for himself. He's going for the third. But the Queens are in position. Lings, they try to catch reinforcements. And they get a Marine. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. Nicely done. 3 Marines go down. Yeah, ByuN just out of position. They were on the wrong side of the wall. Solar himself going into +1 Carapace, followed by the Lair. Again, very safe play. Bearing in mind that Carapace is so crucial against these early Stim timings. Prioritizing Carapace. How many Raxes do we have? 5, I believe? Yeah, 5 Rax setup. From here, this looks like a 2-base all-in. Specifically, there are no add-ons. There are no add-ons here on these extra Raxes. Yeah, we're pulling the boys. We're pulling the boys. 2-base all-in here by ByuN. It's all or nothing. Again, it was a very shaky start for ByuN, and there's no way to macro out of this, so we're just sending it across the map. And this will hit with 1-1. It does hit with 1-1. The boys are here to tank. Remember, there's no Bailings. There are no Bailings to defend. Just pure Link Queen. So these SCVs, they can actually tank quite well. They can tank well. I have reinforcements getting caught out. But ByuN, he does catch the queens. Not bad. Yeah, queens are falling. And Solar, he cannot engage. Solar, that might just be it. Solar, what did he go for? He went for an infestation pit instead of the Bailey Nest. And without Bailings, how does Solar fight? He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. There we go. He stims and he wins. He breaks through all the lings, breaks through all the queens, and ByuN, he has broken Solar. Against Solar specifically, what did he go for? This. He went for the infestation pit, not for the Bailey Nest. Solar, he was trying to rush into Hive. Crazy. That's ay. So again, Solar, he was cutting corners, he was being greedy. All the SCVs are going down, but we have reinforcements arriving. And ByuN has done it. Carapace is just now finishing up. That will help, true. But there aren't that many Zerglings left, unfortunately. And GG gets called. ByuN, he overwhelms, and ByuN, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG, well played. Solar, he was in a stronger position, and Solar, he was too overconfident. Solar, he was overconfident. He was in a commanding position after the early game, and he decided to do what? To get a third base, get a fourth base, to drone up, and specifically to skip the Bailey Nest. He skipped the Bailey Nest, who was going straight for the infestation, but he was going straight for Hive Tech, I would imagine, from Ling into Ultra, which is insanely greedy, and he got caught out by the all-in. He was not expecting the all-in out of ByuN. He just committed on 2 bases, pulled the boys. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. We're getting into potentially the final game of the series. Let's go. And again, specifically, pulling the boys there, it is very rare to see against Zerg, but specifically, if you don't have Banelings, they're ideal. They do a great job tanking. They're typically not seen because you'd typically be up against Ling Bane, and all it takes is a handful of Banelings to completely shut that down, but there was no nest. So the stars aligned for ByuN. Stars did align, and here we go. We're now getting into our next game. We're now getting into game number 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have it. Oh, let's go. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Moving out with not just one, with 2 SCVs. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. We have the proxy 2-racks. Now, bearing in mind, oh, never mind. I was gonna say it's only 2 racks. It's only 2 racks. No, it's not. Third SCV. Third SCV is also moving in, so ByuN is gonna commit even harder for a 3 racks bunker rush. Now, what is scariest about this build is that it's not entirely clear, without a couple of signs, whether or not this is 2 or 3 racks. It is on Solar to determine that. Solar, he moves out with the first Overlord. The second Overlord is going to be rallied. Ooh, and he will see everything. So very fortunate rally here for Solar. He will immediately confirm 3 Raxes. Okay, here we go. Now with this, what does this mean? This means that this is more committed. This means that there are going to be more SCVs, more Marines, more SCVs as well, of course, the buffer to support. You can see that we're intentionally hiding one of the workers, but the Overlord will confirm everything regardless of hiding an SCV. So Solar, he will be able to confirm. From here, he can, of course, I mean, I want to say that we should be investing into it. Once the initial pull is done, into spines, into lings, into as much as we can to defend. Do have the initial bunker on the way. And Solar, he's going for the Roach defense. Okay, he's going for the Roach Warren, taking a second gas. He's essentially, I would say, giving up on the natural. We'll see if he tries to fight for it. But he's setting up in the main base instead. We have the queens on the way. We have lings amassing. 1 ling goes down. No queen at the natural, and yeah, we're just giving up on it. So we're giving up on the natural base. And we'll see how Solar breaks out. With roaches, he can turn this into a 1 base all in. Here we go, roach production has begun. He's making use of that larva. The hatchery will fall, but that was a given at this point. And you can see that ByuN, he wants more damage. Going into the main. Again, really good response here by Solar. He preserves the queen. Here come the roaches. It's going to be 6 roaches so far. 6 roaches in total. Oh. movement there by ByuN. Solar, he will eventually break out. ByuN, he has begun Marauder production. Okay, going for the proxy tech lab into proxy Marauder. That is going to be ideal against these roaches. Again, ByuN is just doubling down. He just has to buy time for his Marauders. Concussive Shell is on the way. Let's see who's able to strike first. As the first Marauder is revealed. Solar now knows. Now getting into link speed. It's going to take a long time for that to really come online. SCVs, they survive. They top up the bunker. Bunker is topped up. With this, of course, Solar's going for the all-in. There's no macroing out of this. I mean, both players are. One base versus one base. Oh, gets a Ravager. Gets two. Gets two Ravagers. Ay, ay, ay. Expensive losses for Solar. He wants another. Remember, Concussive Shell is now done. So if he can land one shot with that Marauder, he can lock down one of the Ravagers. That's what he's looking for. Looking for that one Marauder shot. Oh, he gets one. Yeah, he gets one. Gets one Ravager. Gets two. Oh, God. Gets, yeah, that's going to be too much. Yeah, two Ravagers go down. Roach goes down. And I was hoping for an extended series here, but this is looking bleak for Solar, losing far too much. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, ByuN scans. Files, they will connect. Takes down one of the SCVs, takes down the first bunker. But we can just hit him in. Yeah, we can just push in. GG gets called. Solar, he will never break out of the contain. And ByuN, he will take the series 3-0. He will claim the series and be this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG, well played. Congratulations. Again, just a really rough setup there for Solar. Losing those early Ravagers meant that he was never going to break out there. He lost, what, 3-4 Ravagers in lead up to that breakout. ByuN was able to take down the natural, of course. It felt like it took a little bit too long for Solar to kind of figure out what he wanted to do and where he wanted to take that game as well. Like, he had already decided to give up on the natural, that is true, but it took him a little bit longer to invest into Ling speed, to try to break out with that Ling Ravager all in, and yeah, ByuN, who did a great job transitioning as well. Once he realized that roaches were going to be on the way, bam, immediately Tech Lab into Marauders into Concussive Shell to hard counter the Roach Ravager. Counter, and you saw that he was very meticulous with his play, with his control, to focus on and to catch as many Ravagers as he could in the lead up to the eventual fight. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. A bit of a shorter finals here, but regardless, congratulations to ByuN, looking strong with a diverse array of builds as well. We had a more standard back and forth in game 1, but coming into game 2, we saw ByuN opening up 3-Rax Reaper, and game 3, we saw the proxy 3-Rax as well. And even though Solar, he saw it ahead of time, he was not able to stop it. GG. GG. With that, congratulations. Shout out to ByuN. Again, ByuN, he's a regular when it comes to our tournament. Solar, every now and then does show up. Does rock up. Don't forget to join the match. GG, well played. And if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via the Match Arena page. Via Match Arena. Exclamation mark Match Arena in the chat. We do have a Match Arena page here for this tournament, where we do pay out all of our players, including the random raffle as well. It's all done via Match Arena, so you can support us there if you wish. Otherwise, you can also support us via Patreon. Here we go, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon is specifically designed to fund our tournaments. Bam. There we go. Designed to fund our tournaments as... Oh, there we go. As you can see, our current goal on Patreon is just below the graphic. You can see that we currently earn 467 USD a month, and the next goal is at 500 USD a month. And 100% of that money goes towards the players, goes towards the tournament prize pools as well. It all goes towards Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open. The 3 tournaments we host here on a regular basis, all funded via Patreon, and all are grown via Patreon as well. The next stretch goal that we have is to boost the prize pool of the Tuna Cup, is to boost it even further. After that stretch goal, then we can start paying admins and start paying casters. That'll be the next goal after this one. So we're getting there, Pat. We're getting there. So if you want to help support our tournaments, if you want to help support StarCraft and the players and grassroots StarCraft as well, you can do so via the Patreon. Again, we reached a big milestone last week. Last week was Sparkling Tuna Cup number 100. Number 100 was last week. Now we've hit that triple digits. Triple digits. Again, Wardy TV Monday and Monday Night Weekly and Pegastar Cup ain't got nothing on the Tuna Cup. Tuna Cup's been here for so long. All the tuna, baby, all the tuna. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we have reached and surpassed 100, here's to 200. 200 Tuna Cups, baby. Aye. We'll get there. We'll get there. But again, this is a weekly tournament, every single week. I say every week. There are some weeks where we do have to reschedule if there's like, say, a GSL Finals or a Home Story Cup or EWC, for example, then we typically try to reschedule to Tuesday. So if it's not here on Sunday, if there's another big event happening over the weekend, then we try to reschedule to make sure there's no overlap. Again, this tournament is for the players. The last thing that we want is for players to have to choose to play in our tournament or to play like in a GSL qualifier or like an RSL qualifier or an EWC qualifier or another big event like that. So we try not to clash. We try to adapt if need be. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. So when it comes to our weekly schedule, you can see here that we are going to be live tomorrow with the Wardy TV Monday. That is going to be the next weekly tournament. First, we got the Tuna Cup, then into the Wardy TV Monday, then into the Pegastar Cup as well. So that is going to be tomorrow. That is going to be in less than 24 hours. Now, this schedule is not completely up to date because there is going to be another Wardy TV Monday right after. It's going to be back-to-back Wardy TV Mondays. One is going to be a little bit more European-centric, European-focused. We may cast it. It depends. It's going to be at a really rough time slot for us, but my sleep schedule is going to be ruined because another thing that's happening in 2 hours' time, or sorry, in an hour's time, is the 2v2 circuit. Euthermal's 2v2 circuit is in an hour and 17 minutes. We don't cast it, but we do work behind the scenes. We do admin it. We do, myself, Kuro, the Ducklings, alongside some of the others as well. We do work behind the scenes on that event to make sure it runs as smoothly as possible. So we're otherwise busy in StarCraft in another kind of aspect. So we're not casting, we're going to be adminning. So it's a pretty intense event. It typically ends like 6 a.m. my time. Which is in 7 hours time, so let's go. Sorry, in 6 hours time, so let's go. Typically around a 6-hour cast. Again, covered by Euthermal, covered by Wardy, covered by Steadfast. They cover the event, they cast the event, we run the event, or we at least help run the event. So again, if you want to check it out, do support Euthermal. He does have a massive crowdfunding initiative for that tournament, and he's reached so much success with it as well. It's been a really fun tournament, a really ambitious initiative as well, and it has gone quite well. It's gone quite well. I think they've raised like what, $15,000 or something like that. It's crazy. The amount of support that they've been able to bring together and to bring into the 2v2 scene as well. Really cool to see. So again, we're going to be there. That's going to be in an hour and 15 minutes time. Let's go. Again, we won't be live on the channel. We're going to be working behind the scenes. But again, you can check it out over on Euthermal's channel, over on Steadfast, over on Wardy as well. When it comes to the rest of the week's tournaments and schedule, we do have Code for Giants Cup on Tuesday. That is going to be the LATAM edition. We have Pegastar Cup. We have RSL European Qualifier on Wednesday. We have the Podcast. We have Sunday Lake Cup. We have Little League Cup. The weekly tournaments. We have the Platinum Heroes monthly tournament. STC and SEL. There's again plenty of content on the horizon, plenty of casting. A lot of people were like, yo, after EWC, are you guys gonna, like, what's gonna happen to the Ducklings? I mean, a lot of our regular tournaments are not really at all reliant on the Esports World Cup. So we're live on a daily basis as always, and as you can see, sometimes we're live multiple times a day. There's just so much StarCraft going on. Again, there's the second Wardy TV Monday this week. We have replays to cover the Little League Cup, Clem versus Rainer off-race show match if we wanted to. If we wanted to, we could do the Uthermal 2v2 replay cast as well for the 2v2 circuits. Like, there's so much more to add to the calendar if we so chose to. We're choosing to limit ourselves because we want to take it easy after EWC a little bit, like cast once a day sort of thing, you know, post EWC, and here we're kind of achieving that. It's still a lot of casting though, as we're trying to slow things down, trying to take somewhat of a break here, somewhat. So thanks so much for watching, thanks so much for tuning in, and again, if you enjoyed the broadcast, consider following us. If you can't support monetarily, you can support us just by watching the channel, whether it's here on Twitch, whether it's on YouTube, !YouTube, you can gain a link to our YouTube channel. We do upload VODs to YouTube on a daily basis. Every single day we got VODs, we got content over on YouTube. I know that Stormgates, they went live on the Steam store like 2 days ago. I have yet to touch that, but at some point, you know, would like to play the campaign and try out Stormgate. The problem is, as you can see, we have all this casting to do. Also, the problem is that a week ago, I got some pet rabbits. I haven't actually owned any pets for a very, very long time. So we have some pet rabbits that we've been looking after, and that's also been very time consuming as well. True. Even like, when it comes to looking after them, when it comes to making sure they're okay. Took them to the vet for the first time on Saturday. That's why I do apologize. Well, on Saturday we did miss out on some casting. I didn't get to cast the RSL Americas qualifier. Felt very regretful for that. But again, we were taking our pets to the vets for the first time, which was a very stressful endeavor. And they're okay. Yeah, it's been an intense period in time. Otherwise, thanks for watching though. Thanks for the support, and we're going to be heading off for the time being. Again, check out Uthermal Circuit. That is going to be in an hour's time, and our next broadcast here is going to be tomorrow with the Wardy TV Monday. That's going to be our next cast here on the CranKy Ducklings. Let's go. You're there, Papi. See, Papi, see. They're back. Yeah. Let's go. ByuN wants to get dinner, Pappy. He does. But otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Find someone. I know that old mate Roddy is covering Mechabellum, I want to say. But we typically try to raid people streaming StarCraft. Who else? Who else is live at the moment? Oh, is this one we ping Mark to go live? So we can send everyone over. We can Where is Senor Slappy? Where is he? Slappy. We'll find someone to raid. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft, for some more CranKy Duckling action. See you then. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.